Convene City Council from closed session. Mr. Attorney, do you have anything to report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The City Council is in closed session this evening on two items. One was conference with labor negotiator. The other was a public employee performance evaluation, and there's no action to report on either item.
Very good. We will close the closed session and reconvene to open session. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Payne. Present. Councilmember Hewer. Here. Councilmember Campion.
Here.
Councilmember Powers. Here. Mayor Cruz.
Present. Would you all rise, please, for a moment of silent prayer. Also, I'd like to take a moment to pay our respects to two giants of our city that have recently passed away. On April 11th, Orville Fletcher, former city council member and a school superintendent, passed. 6 days later, Cedro Casado, who was a member of this council for 21 years, passed away on April 17th. These two men are instrumental in our city's policies and direction. We hope to continue the good work that they started. We'd like to send our prayers to their families and thank them for sharing the lives of their loved ones with this community. Chief Drummond, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Video statement.
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. The meeting is also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Tonight's meeting will air this Friday and Saturday at 9 a.m. This meeting is also closed captioned. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch.
Agenda approval, additions, or deletions. Do I have anything?
Yes. I have 3, E5, E7, and E8.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I was going to do E8 too, so E or I?
Aye.
Aye. And I'd like to go I6. Okay.
All right.
I think we had
Also,
kind of requested a move what items
K1,
K,
and then the K2, K7 is yours.
K7, yes. To move that up following the consent calendar with that presentations.
K7
Yes.
to follow the presentation.
Please.
And I wanted to bring something up too. Could we also bring up the appointment of the Oversight Committee appointment so they don't have to wait till the end of the evening?
We could do that before the
Could we do that before that? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Attorney, you had something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on item K1, city firing range insurance coverage, the general manager of our insurance pool has traveled from the Bay Area to provide us information on that item, so I'd ask if we could move that as close to the front of the agenda as you can accommodate.
All right.
We could do the water after that.
Okay. That's
So I
fair
have
enough.
the K1, the firing range insurance coverage after presentation.
No, the appointment of the...
Appointments.
Oh, you want Measure R first?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
So the Measure R independent citizens will be first, and then the insurance coverage, and then the meter.
Sure.
Okay?
And then one of the presentations is not going tonight, and that's
Correct.
the new employee introductions. That will be at the next meeting.
We got it dialed? Okay. Mr. Winkler, you're up.
If the council wants to know, there's a interest in time. this item goes very well with the water meter plan. Maybe we could jump the other ones first and have this one right in front of the water meter implementation item. That way we can get the Measure R and the insurance one done first. This one might take
That
a while.
sounds good.
That's fine.
Do we have
Okay.
new employee introduction?
No. See, now we totally messed that one up. Changed everything.
Can you keep track of all that?
I got it,
yeah.
Got that?
Okay, so I am doing Measure R Independent Citizens Oversight Committee appointments. Recommended action is to review the applications and consider an appointment to the vacant position. For Measure R, I have 2 letters that were received. One is from Jim Klassen, and the other is from, let me scroll down to it, Michael Hodge. What is council's pleasure?
I would,
I would recommend Jim Clausen
I would
for
second
the
that.
appointment.
I would also nominate Mr. Hodge.
I'll
Or do you
second
want
that.
to take each one separate?
Actually, motions, you make 3 motions. Last one first. So we have that motion and second.
You do the second one?
Second one comes first. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Mhm.
I studied. All right. All those in favor of Mike, I'm sorry? All those in favor of Mike Hodge for the Measure R,
Are you going to poll it?
pull it?
Roll call vote?
Yeah. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Payne,
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer,
No?
Councilmember Campion,
No.
Councilmember Powers,
No.
Mayor Cruz.
Yes. All right. Failing. Next motion.
You want to repeat it?
Yes, please.
So, Clausen, moved by Campion and seconded by Hewer.
Call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Payne,
No.
Councilmember Hewer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Powers,
Aye.
Mayor Cruz.
No. Okay.
So the result is, we have that motion passes, correct?
Motion passes correct. Mr. Clausen, are you in the audience? He is not. Okay, we are moving on to water. Okay.
Insurance.
Insurance.
Insurance? Okay,
And I even repeated it.
go ahead. Mr. Rudolph?
Okay, so the item on our agenda under City Attorney's Office is City Firing Range Insurance Coverage. And this item was last before the City Council on March 17th of this year. And at that meeting, I informed the City Council that the city would not have liability coverage for the use of the firing range by non-law enforcement groups. What our memorandum of coverage provides with our insurance pools is that the firing range is can only be provided for the additional use of law enforcement divisions of other public agencies and police academies, and there's some additional conditions that need to be complied with in order to have the benefit of that insurance coverage. During that meeting, the City Council asked several questions that they directed staff to investigate and report back. And the first question that the City Council asked was, why does the city's liability coverage authority exclude this coverage in the memorandum of coverage? What is the justification? And is the insurance pool willing to re-examine this particular issue? The city has 2 layers of coverage. The first, the initial layer is from our insurance pool referred to as NCCSIF. The excess coverage is from a group called California Joint Powers Risk Management Authority. The general manager of that pool has come here tonight in order to address this first question. The gentleman's name is David Clovis. I'm very pleased that he took the time to join us. So I'd like to ask him to come to the podium and address this first question, and after Mr. Clovis is done, then I will respond to the remaining questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I've been asked to come and give you information regarding California Joint Powers Risk Management Authority. We are a statewide excess liability pool that has 21 primary members, of which Northern California NCCSIS is a member of CJPRMA. They are your primary layer carrier. We are excess. We provide coverage limits up to $40 million on an annual basis. And our pool was formed in 1986, as all other pools were, in providing public agencies with coverage for those items that were consistent with all agencies. One of the items that we've historically had coverage for was for firing ranges, and this was included within our memorandum of coverage since 1986, but strictly for law enforcement purposes. In 2008 or so, we had a request from a number of our agencies to expand that coverage to allow for outside public agencies to use those firing ranges as well. And we considered that. We brought it back to our overall board of directors, and they agreed it was a good idea. And that's the point in time we have the current language within the memorandum of coverage that requires for outside use to be limited to law enforcement purposes. And the purposes and reason behind that is that we understand other public agencies have insurance and coverage as well, which protects you as the member ultimately, protects all the layers. They typically have workers' compensation coverage for their employees that utilize range, so accidents and injuries that occur at those ranges are covered and they don't provide an undue exposure. Again, we have surveyed our members and have looked at and we continually look at ways to expand our coverage layers. This has not been one of those areas where a significant number of our members have an interest in expanding the coverage provided, and that's why we have the current standing within the memorandum of coverage today.
So I would just say the reason that you're not considering it is because there doesn't seem to be enough interest from other cities?
That's correct. We attempt to provide as broad a coverage as we can for our 97 cities and our 21 members. But typically it requires a nucleus of members to make changes in the memorandum of coverage. And so the members just have not expressed an interest or a need or desire to expand coverage to firing ranges. They're very satisfied, and they're actually quite pleased that we even cover outside public agencies as well when using those ranges, so we haven't done that.
Is that mainly because of the risk associated with it, or just no interest?
Well, there's two. Number one, most of our members that have firing ranges do not open them up to the members of the public. They're strictly law enforcement use only. So it hasn't been a big item of interest to have outside groups utilize the ranges. So that's number one. Number two is the exposure. There's clearly an exposure of risk associated with a firing range if they're not run properly, if people aren't doing the right thing. And so that's the other reason why the members have not been interested in expanding the coverage as well.
A quick question. You said Northern California is the area you cover. Does that include the city of Sacramento?
We do not have City of Sacramento. Pretty much our membership goes from Sunnyvale, Fremont, south, all the way up to the Oregon border, and there's a number of cities throughout the state. But the City of Sacramento is not one of our members. Okay. City of Lodi is, City of Stockton is, so you have two members right around the corner from you that are our members. So.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So can I ask Mr. Clovis one additional question? So Mr. Clovis, if the city were to make the decision to open the range up to non-law enforcement use, I understand there'd be no coverage under CJPRMA. Do you have any opinion as to the level of insurance protection that the city should either obtain on its own from private insurance carriers or from the non-law enforcement group that is using the facility?
We typically recommend to our members based on exposure what that is. And in light of using live weapons and live ammunition, I would recommend that no less than $5 million worth of coverage be purchased and maintained to run that operation. Because there are exposures, and they're not small exposures, and typically when they happen, they are catastrophic. So in order to avoid that exposure, I would suggest no less than a $5 million policy limit.
I understand what you're saying as far as exposure, but you're referring to the use for the general public for go out and shoot, just for lack of a better way of saying it, grins and giggles. But in our case, we have at least 2 units that are there for teaching both youth and adults both the proper use and handling of firearms. That's not being taken into consideration. I don't see that here.
Well, no, it is taken into consideration, and I respect that, and I also can respect what the city would like to make available to a public use and specific groups. And I gave you the $5 million limit that I provided is general public use. I haven't reevaluated that based on it being Boy Scouts or other private groups that you would want to entertain. I typically try to recommend to my members what we believe is what's reasonable and prudent in public sector and what reasonably protects the city from exposures to loss. And that's the reason why I recommend $5 million. It would be the city's decision should they choose to accept less than that from one of the groups, but with the understanding that exposures above and beyond that would be on the city and not protected by other form of coverage.
Any further questions? Comments?
One more question. There are, I think in Sacramento, private gun ranges, not owned by the city.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the insurance requirements that they have?
No, I am. Because all of my organizations that participate are all public agencies, and we look at public agencies to make sure that we are good stewards of the public funds, that we want to protect those, and we try to input reasonable requirements, but I really can't speak to private gun ranges because they're not within our program, and I'm not an expert in that field, so I really couldn't let you know or tell you what they use. I know private organizations of many different natures will oftentimes have far less limits of insurance, but the reason they have far less limits of insurance is because they're, number one, not considered a deep pocket. Number two, awards in court typically are not nearly as large for a private organization. And in essence, at some point in time, a private organization may in fact say, we're going bankrupt, we have no more funds to pay for the loss. Whereas as public agencies, that's not an alternative. Yes, public agencies can file bankruptcy, but typically you have to find the funds and you pay for those funds. So that's why it's a little different when we compare private and public.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So actually that was the second question that the council had asked, was what is the industry standard for firing range coverage? And we did find private ranges that have the $1 million general liability coverage, but in my opinion, that is not adequate coverage for a public entity for all the reasons that Mr. Clovis just indicated. The largest one being that, frankly, we're a target. We are a deep pocket, and we don't have the luxury of being able to go out of business, and we would end up exposing our general fund and the money that's used for all of our other operations if we faced a lawsuit in this particular area. Most of the publicly operated ranges that we learned about are limited to law enforcement personnel and are operated by large agencies that tend to be self-insured, such as the state of California. I think within the region, California Department of Corrections has a range up in Folsom that is law enforcement only. Sacramento Sheriff's Department has gun ranges that are restricted to law enforcement use only. We are aware of the City of Sacramento range that has been open for public recreational use. It's called the James Mangan Range. We did contact the city on several occasions to try to get information about what type of coverage they have for that range and what their risk experience has been, and we did not receive any return call. That range is currently closed for reasons unrelated to liability coverage. I think there's some kind of lead issue that they're addressing. So that was the second question the council asked. The next question was, are there any brokers that offer liability coverage for public non-law enforcement use of public ranges? And the answer to that question is yes. We did submit an application for liability coverage through a local broker. One insurance company responded to that request. We got a bid from James River Insurance Company, which offered to provide the city liability coverage in the following amounts: $1 million for a premium of $8,000, $3 million for $13,000, and $5 million of coverage for $18,000 annually. The James River Insurance Company is a well-regarded company, but it is not an admitted surety in the state of California. This doesn't prevent the city from doing business with this particular insurance company, but you should be aware of the fact that when we request insurance coverage from different vendors and people that do business with us, we require that they provide insurance from an admitted surety in the state of California. So this would be a further deviation from our existing policies. We were not able to locate any other insurance company that was willing to issue a policy of insurance to the city for non-law enforcement use of a publicly owned range. The last question the City Council asked us to look at was the Boy Scouts provided 3 certificates of insurance, which they say they can provide along with endorsements listing the city as an additional insured. We collected that information, we sent it off to our insurance experts to take a look at, and frankly, we came back with more questions than answers as it relates to that particular coverage. We tried to get a call scheduled with the Boy Scouts. That call did not come together, but I think Paula got a recent call from the Boy Scouts of America, which, why don't you fill the council in on that information, please?
Yes, I had a phone conversation earlier this week, well, yesterday actually, with Philip Moore. He's of the National Council Boy Scouts, and he's their, I believe, their risk manager. And he understood exactly what we're asking for. And he gave me the impression that there is a possibility that we could, that they could provide coverage up to $5 million and include the city as additional insured in an endorsement.
I missed that number. How much? $5 million. $5 million?
Okay. So we haven't taken a look at that yet, but that was what was provided in the, in the call. There's no action on this item that is required of the council. Unless the city council provides alternate direction, then the city staff will limit the use of the firing range to the City of Galt sworn police officers and other public agencies satisfying the 4 conditions that were laid out in the staff report in order to ensure that the operation of that facility is done in a manner that would be covered by our insurance pools. The council has the discretion to give alternate direction. If you decide that you are going to open up the range to Boy Scout use, then I think there's going to be several additional questions that you are going to have to provide direction on. First of all, I would assume that it would be subject to providing indemnification as well as the $5 million in insurance coverage. Would that use be open to all Boy Scout troops or only those that are Galt-based troops? And since you would be opening up this facility to a nonprofit organization, would you then consider opening up the range to any other nonprofit organization, or is it just available to the Boy Scouts? So I just want you to be alerted to the fact that if you're going to provide different direction, those are some of the other areas we would need direction from the City Council. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions that the council may have.
I have one question, please. I'm just making sure I understand it here. When just a minute ago you said the Boy Scouts would provide a $5 million insurance policy, but we still have to add ours to it?
No.
But then it said,
So let's explore a little bit how that would work. If we agree to open up the range, what the Boy Scouts of America have said is they will provide the city with insurance coverage under their policy, naming us as an additional insured, of $5 million of liability coverage. There's a little bit different, it's a little bit different dynamics when you get insurance coverage through another organization as opposed to having your own independent coverage. Because let's say, for example, we get that insurance coverage, an accident occurs at the range, and for whatever reason, the insurance company or the Boy Scouts of America fails to honor that particular commitment, then we would have to file, we would first of all have to initiate the defense of the litigation against the injured party. We would then have to institute litigation against the BSA, Boy Scouts of America, and their insurer in order to collect on that coverage. And the cost for that, that litigation would be a general fund obligation. So I don't want you to proceed with the assumption that if we get named as an additional insured by the BSA, that that is a no-risk situation.
Would it be possible for someone to sue the Boy Scouts and the city, each one of them, for $5 million?
That's what I was wondering.
Yes,
too.
and they most, in all likelihood, that is exactly what they would do. You know, normally when somebody is injured, you start off by suing as many parties as possible, and then they get eliminated as the litigation progresses.
On the, Steve, in your report here, you talk a little bit further on about the hunter safety program where the state of California is looking at instituting a broad indemnification for this type of program. Have you heard anything more since the writing of the report?
No, I have not heard anything further on that.
Okay.
Since it is a state law enforcement agency and we are working with the CDCR, would that not be the same type of coverage?
No, they're a law enforcement agency.
They're both state law enforcement agencies.
Fish and Game.
Fish and Game is covered by...
But they're just talking about offering an indemnification. They're not going to be conducting the hunter safety course.
Well, the representative is part of Fish and Game, from what I understand.
No, that's not my understanding. What I understand is, if when you look at the CDCR program, that is obviously a law enforcement agency, and the range would be utilized by law enforcement officers for training purposes. And you know, I'm not sure whether or not Department of Fish and Game is law enforcement or not, but let's assume it is. The people that participate in the hunter safety program are members of the general public that come for gun training, and those are not law enforcement officers. I think that if the city were to receive a very broad indemnification from the State Department and Fish and Game, Fish and Game for that hunter safety program, it would be certainly would significantly reduce the risk of having that program operate. I think that an indemnification from the state of California is is solid. Normally, an indemnification from other agencies are sometimes questionable, but I think that would be certainly a good starting point to reduce our exposure. But I have not seen, at least as of today, an offer from the Department of Fish and Game to provide broad-based indemnification to the city for that program.
Okay. Any further questions?
No, I just want to make a comment, though, that I know that we have a lot of respect for our Boy Scouts and what they do for our community. But I also want to say that I think the city has put a lot of time in exploring every possibility that we could try to accommodate their continued use of the gun range. So I just want to say that I do appreciate the time that the staff has put in researching this for the issue.
Okay. Now water?
What's that?
Water. Now water.
Okay.
Mr. Winkler.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This would be the second annual sort of state of your water system report. We gave one last April 15th. In the face of a third year of a drought, we brought you an update. And so tonight's presentation would sort of be building blocks upon that. If we can get everything to work here. All right, seeing none. Let's try. All right, I'll do it a different way. There we go. So tonight we'll briefly be talking to you about the status of our water system, drought impacts to our water system, some of the new regulations you've been hearing about, including proposed regulations that were being heard by the Water Board today. And then we'll talk a little bit about the conservation status that we've achieved and what the challenges ahead look like. And we'll talk briefly about some of our staff recommendations and some policy options that we would look for council feedback on. So since last year, we reported we had 4 wells down, which is half of our active wells, and would have difficulty meeting peak summer flows. Well, we've rehabilitated all 4 of those wells, and we have 8 active wells back online, giving us 15 million gallons per day in peak capacity, which is about 42% above our historic ever peak day demand projections. So we're well suited. We could lose a couple of wells and still meet our peak day demand due to unforeseen emergencies. We have over 5,200 meters installed since we began that program here last fall, and we've got about 1,900 meters remaining for completion by the end of the year. Those are updated numbers from those you'll find in your staff report based on information we received yesterday. That was the good news. The bad news is you've been seeing a lot in the news about ongoing droughts, and see there's some of the headlines that have been floating around the last couple of months, including one last week where cities were seeing their tiered rate structures stricken down, even as the governor is calling for more consideration of water conservation inducing rate structures. So this graph on the left looks at about 115 years of average precipitation statewide in California. The 3 red lines, I apologize, it's a little hard to see in the shades that it's in, but the 3 red lines were the 3 worst average precipitation numbers in recorded history, and 2014 was right there with the worst of them. Now, that against the backdrop of our April 1st snowpack that you saw in the news, I'm sure, measured 5% of normal coming into our 4th year of a drought. We have reservoirs that are less than half of normal for this time of year, and we have less than 5% of our biggest reservoir in the state, which is a snowpack that would feed those eastern Sierra reservoirs. So we are looking at some very difficult times as a state, particularly for those communities that rely on surface water for their livelihood. Obviously, there will be farm impacts, there will be urban impacts, and there are certainly environmental impacts related to the amount of water that will be available for the fisheries, et.cetera. The photo on the left is a recent photo at New Maloney's. Normally, you can see the water rings up in the tree line on what I think is the west abutment of Parrots Ferry Bridge. We've got several hundred feet. It's all-time historic low since the reservoir was initially filled. So what about the groundwater? Since all of Galt's reliance is 100% from our groundwater aquifers. The chart on the left looks at the 3 major Central Valley basins. That would be the Sacramento River Basin. That is shown in red. And as you can see, that line is fairly horizontal. Looking back at 100 years of data, the gray bars that you see vertical are times of below average rainfall. The 3 or 4 wide bars together would indicate that we had a multi-year drought scenario. And as you can see, the Sacramento River Basin generally didn't have a lot of impact from those drought periods and was pretty rock solid. That means that has a pretty good recharge,
and is fairly drought intolerant in terms of the amount of water. It's very sustainable. The blue line that you see on that graph is the San Joaquin River system, and you can see it over the last 100 years that there's been a slight increase or decrease in the amount of available water, meaning that there is a slight overdraft in the aquifer immediately south. Depending on which report you refer to, Galt is either at the very northern tip of the San Joaquin Basin or the very southern end of the Sacramento River Basin. So we sit in actually a pretty enviable spot compared to the yellow line, which is the Tulare Basin, which is a large part of the southern Central Valley. And as you can see, they have seen dramatic declines of nearly 100 feet. This is where you get sinkholes and wells that go dry and difficulty pulling water and a lot of the situation that we've been hearing about over the last few years. The graph on the right actually looks at 1 year of 6 of our primary wells, our 6 largest wells of our active wells, and it starts in March of 2014, and the last data point is March of this year. So fresh information coming in, and as you can see, we pump heavily in the summer, and you get a little bit of drawdown, typically 10 to 20 feet, and then you get recharged during the lower usage winter months, and then as we get into spring, we're starting that summer curve back down again. But what you will notice is that those lines from start to finish are generally fairly horizontal. In fact, 2 of our wells actually increased from March of last year to this year as we're deeper into a drought. One of our wells was pretty much even after that 1 year period, and 3 of them did have a slight reduction. But overall, our aquifer is tolerating the current drought fairly well, and so really the $64 question going forward is, what does it mean to us if we see an extended drought? So really, the magic question is, how long does it take the water? These are generally recharged, our aquifers are recharged in the Sierra Nevada from the snowpack, from the creeks, from the streams, from the American River, the Sacramento River, the McCollum River, the Cosumnes River. All of that gets into and does groundwater recharge. Gravity takes that uplifted aquifer that starts at ground level up in the mountains and takes it down underneath the valley where alluvial fill has pushed that layer or has covered that layer up. But that's where we're sticking straws in with our municipal wells to pull water out, as well as agricultural and residential wells. So how long does it take to get from the Sierra Nevada to Galt? And that is a study question that I don't have an answer for, in that we've not really ever done those studies. But some of the studies that have been around us, south of us and north of us, by some of the larger agencies, indicate it typically takes to travel that distance and get to that depth anywhere from 2 to 4 years. We're fairly close to our source, and even so, 2 to 4 years. And if that's the case, then we may just be at the cusp of the tip of the iceberg for if this drought extends further, we might see, even if we got a normal rain year next year, we might continue to drought. Now, we're not seeing that yet. The Sacramento Basin hasn't seen a problem with that, and we are in the southern tip of that basin. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we're sitting in a pretty good spot relative to many of our neighbors to the south, and certainly those that are reliant on surface water. So some of the things that have occurred over the last year and a half, you recall back in January of 2014, the governor declared his first drought state of emergency. Thereafter, in April, he issued an executive order which set in motion the emergency regulations that we brought to your attention last July. August 1st, Galt declared its stage 2 water alert of last year, which then triggered watering only 3 days a week on designated days. It restricted wasting of water in general, watering of hardscapes, and some of the things that you'll recall we implemented about a year ago. In March of this year, the State Water Board extended those emergency regulations for another 9 months, and amended them with 4 new requirements, and at least 4 that affect Galt. I should say 3. That is, they've added a restriction on watering during or within 48 hours after measurable rainfall. They've added sort of the no-brainer, which is that restaurants should serve water only upon request. The anecdotal water waste concern there is that for every glass of water you drink, it takes 4 glasses of water to wash, rinse, and prepare. So you get a 5-to-1 kick if you don't serve that glass of water. In March of this year, just a month ago, a month and a half ago, the governor issued a new executive order, and very shortly thereafter, the State Water Board proposed new emergency regulations, and the governor is calling for 25% mandatory reductions. I should say that the Water Board proposed new emergency regulations. They heard those regulations and were considering adoption today, and unfortunately my schedule didn't let me check up to see. Maybe some of you heard the news. I don't know if they adopted them or not, but we expect that they will. They might have deferred it, or they might have issued some changes. But the primary additional restrictions that are facing communities are that it will now be a mandatory required reduction. Back in 2014, in July, it was a 20% goal, but there weren't any real teeth to that. Now they're calling for mandatory reductions, $500 a day fines. The governor is talking about maybe raising that, have the legislature raise that $10,000 a day to put some more teeth in that. That is not yet a proposal that's before us. But they also are going to base the actual percentage that each of the 350 urban water districts in the state have to meet based on their per capita residential usage on a 3-month period last summer. And they used that relative to how that looked compared to 2013, and whatever that per capita residential usage looked like put us in one of 9 tiers. Well, Galt's per capita usage is fairly high. I'll show you that in a minute. And so that is putting Galt in a 32%, which is the 8th of 9 tiers. There is a 36% tier that's even worse. They're also now prohibiting watering of turf in street medians. We don't believe we have any of those. We do have strip irrigation on the sides, but that is not technically a median from an enforcement standpoint. And they're also now recommending the development of conservation enhancing rate structures, which is government speak for, to the extent practical, they're looking for tiered rates and rates that will encourage further conservation by giving people a monetary incentive to save water. That is not yet a requirement, but the governor is pushing the State Water Board to come up with those regulations. So that's sort of a stay tuned for us. So I've kind of talked about some of the new things. In addition, new homes will be required once these regulations are adopted. They're proposing that outdoor irrigation for any new construction be allowed only if it's either on drip or a microspray system. Conventional lawn watering, as you know it, would not be allowed. So unless you can come up with a microspray system that'll work on turf, they're basically using this as a way to outlaw or make it very difficult to have any expanse of grass. Enforcement of these new proposed regulations is also proposed to be based on a cumulative savings, so you're not necessarily penalized on a bad month, but they're going to be looking at how you're making progress toward, in Galt's case, a 32%. By starting in June of this year ahead of us is the proposal that they would look at our June numbers, and let's say we achieve 28%. We're a little short of our 32. They would probably give us a notice that they expect us to take additional efforts, do what we need to do more public outreach, and encourage the public to help us conserve. Let's say then in July we got 30%. They would now look at the cumulative savings for June and July and see if we now are meeting 32% for the 2 months and so forth. Always comparing back to the 2013 base year is what the target for conservation is. Again, that was being considered today, and I would expect we'll see some news reports. And I'm getting iPhone version. Water regulators approved massive cutback orders, so it sounds like they did approve these regulations today. So what I'll need to find out is, did they modify any of the regulations, or did they approve them wholesale as what was proposed? My expectation is they probably approved what was recommended. Okay, so how does Galt look relative to some of our neighbors in the Sacramento region and just to the south of us? The conservation percentage numbers are basically looking at June through February of this year, June of 2014 through February of 2015, and comparing those same months to 2013. And as you can see, Galt, Elk Grove, Sacramento, Citro Heights, and Fair Oaks, we're all very close to meeting the governor's requested 20% reduction under the original rules. Yet, because statewide there wasn't that type of compliance, we're now getting slammed with a 32% requirement rather than being rewarded for meeting the governor's 20% call for reduction. So the second column, the per capita usage, is basically they looked at July through September of 2014 residential gallons per capita. Basically, you take the total water produced, back out your commercial and industrial water, and all other water is considered to be part of your residential per capita use. There, we're about in the middle of the pack. We're looking at about, as of that time period, about 207 gallons per person per day for residential usage, and that's about in the middle of the pack compared to the agencies around us. And then you can see the tiers of required reduction that sound like were adopted today. If they remained unchanged, and we're about in the middle of the pack of what our Valley friends are going to be sharing with us as far as difficult times ahead. Well, so what does that mean? The graph on the left here looks at 2014 through February of this year. This is off the state website. And the yellow line is actually reflecting the Sacramento region, an average of all the Sacramento urban water suppliers that are within the Sacramento River Basin, I believe. And we are doing slightly better than they are. Our vertical bars on the graph are Galt. The red line is the statewide average, and we're doing considerably better for the entire period than the statewide average. And that's kind of goes back to my comment of we were very close to meeting the 20%, but statewide we were at about 9%. So the governor said, all right, it's now mandatory, and we're going to roll out some new things, and the Water Board has blessed us with these new regulations. So as you can see, in this case, the higher the graph, the better, because it's percent savings over the prior year base in 2013. So more importantly, the graph on the right is looking at from January through April, January of last year through April of this year, and the blue line is our actual water usage. The yellow line is if those 32% reductions from 2013 were in place, how would we look? So we kind of get an idea of where we've been for how tough it's going to be going forward. And as you can see, let's see if I can actually get a pointer on the screen. It's not going to let me do that. So if this pointer is working, let's see if I can get the screen that everybody can see. So we weren't doing so well through last summer in terms of meeting 32%, but this is when we kicked in our stage 2 alert, and the public responded within a month or so. We started to see our numbers drop dramatically, and as you can see, as we go forward, we're getting closer and closer to that 32% target. In fact, we met it for 2 months in here, and as of a week ago, our April numbers are, we have exceeded, I think we're at 34% for the month of April compared to the 2013 base year. So while it feels draconian that we're getting this 32% mandate on us, our customers have really risen to the occasion. They're working with us. We had hundreds of calls in the last few months for reporting concerns and water leaks and water waste, and Facebooking us, and they're Galt connecting us, and they're Twittering us, and they're calling us, and emailing us, and so we're looking to keep up that good work. So we don't think that it's going to be a draconian task to meet 2013, the 32% reduction going forward. probably the blessing in disguise is that we had a fairly high usage back in 2013, and our customers have considerably altered those patterns since then. And this is before we've rolled out to the water meter implementation that we'll be talking about with our next item. So we're fairly comfortable that this is doable, and Galt's holding up their share. So we are recommending a couple of actions based on approval of the regulations. We'll want to review those, but my intention is to review those, and if nothing is dramatically changed from the proposed regulations, I'll be recommending the city manager under ordinance authority declare a stage 3 conservation effort. Even though we're close, we still got work to do in the summer months, and there's no time like the present to get moving in that direction. We'll figure out an effective date for that. We'll probably line that up with the effective date of the regulations, which is probably going to still be 2 to 4 weeks out. That would effectively increase our restrictions. It would keep all the current restrictions in place, make more restrictive. Outdoor watering would be limited to 2 days per week instead of the current 3. Those would be designated days based on even or odd addresses. It will restrict any potable water use for construction without specific written authorization of the city, where they'd have to make a case for why it was in the public's best interest to use that water. And it will also prohibit washing of hardscapes or structures. Right now, for sanitation or health and safety reasons, we have exceptions to that. At stage 3, you will need, again, written authorization of the city engineer or the public works director for any purpose before we would allow washing of hardscapes, tennis courts, sidewalks, driveways, etc. We're also planning to proceed, unless we get direction otherwise tonight, with immediately recruiting 2 temporary water conservation technicians. These will be instrumental in helping us roll out with the water conservation program, in helping do water conservation audits, doing leak checks, going out and helping folks look for leaks, and then responding to water waste complaints, as well as then giving warnings, and eventually, if necessary, we can move to citations. And we're proposing in the proposed budget you'll be hearing in a few weeks, we've requested that those positions be continued through next fiscal year. Reason for 2 and only temporary is primarily what we want to do is early morning, which most people want to water, not during the heat of the day, but our problem is we don't want to be on duty before 7:30 or after 5:30, and so this would allow them to perhaps come in at 5 in the morning and work through 9 a.m. Then we have day staff and city staff that could be responding, and then bring somebody on in the late afternoon and maybe be on duty from 5 to 9, which was when the bulk of watering would take place, and hence sort of 2 4-hour positions is what we're looking at. We would certainly proceed to commence with enhanced public education, both on any new declared water alert stage, as well as the new regulations that would be coming down, and options for homeowners to take steps towards better conservation at home, and then any necessary enforcement. The state is serious about enforcement. They're not satisfied with the fact that very few agencies have written too many violations or citations. Most agencies are trying to use the carrot rather than the stick, and use education. Clearly it's working in Galt. We haven't had to go out and find people to death to get them to comply. We're hitting 34% as of April, and that's a good thing. We are recommending, and you'll hear more about this with the next item, that we immediately initiate a rate study looking at the structure of our current metered rate. We're looking to migrate people toward the meter transition off of flat rates, but with this new 32% mandate, with 13% of the city's customers on meters and meeting 20%, that hasn't had a particular impact. But if we move 87% of the rest of the city, at the same time we're achieving 32% reductions, we're going to take a major revenue hit based on our current rate structure. We actually had a study done, we'll talk a little more about briefly later, in 2008, and it suggested that we do that 7 years ago, and we did implement portions of their recommendation, but did not do a fundamental rate restructuring at that time. And we will continue to aggressively watch and pursue available grant funding. The governor's executive order has set in motion some freeing up of funds, and right now we're waiting on the state agencies to dial in what those available categories of funding and whether they're going to be cost match, are they going to be low interest loans, are they going to be grants, but we will certainly be watching that and try to take advantage of those as they become available. So we've got 5 things for you to consider and give us feedback on tonight. Is should the city offer rebate programs? You know, typically you don't certainly pay for new washing machines and new dishwashers, but some cities have, certainly in Southern California, some of the Bay Area communities, offered maybe a $75 rebate towards a $500 dishwasher. Something like that, similar for a clothes washer. You've seen the energy efficiency rebates for those items, but we could take that too if they buy a high efficiency unit and show us that they've replaced an older, less efficient unit. The city could make available rebates. Of course, that comes at a cost. Water saving appliances, in addition, we could do faucets, shower heads, replacement toilets, particularly in the older homes that have high per gallon flushes, older shower heads, and have faucets that don't have aerators and things on them. Many communities are offering water conservation kits for free. Those typically cost about $50 a household. Others are offering, if they go in and do some major replumbing of irrigation systems, those could be other additional rebates. We're getting lots of calls because the governor said we're going to make available replacement of turf money, and you know, well, what's Galt doing about turf replacement? When are you going to help me pay for replacing my turf? Well, those programs, those funding haven't become available yet, and I think that'll be a state program if there is one. But if we had a funding source, we could offer turf replacement. And then you could even go as far as if people have old sprinkler systems, replacing those with drip or microspray, particularly in planters. I'm not sure quite what we can do. There might be some high energy efficiency heads that you can change out old lawn sprinklers, but again, lawns are being seen as evil as brown becomes the new green here. You could also, as a city, we could invest in reclaimed water projects, trying to get a purple pipe backbone infrastructure in from our wastewater treatment plant, take that tertiary treated water that we're spending millions of dollars to create, and instead of discharging in the winter, particularly to surface water, if we could get a system to hold, capture, and distribute that, that would be great. At the moment, irrigation needs are quite diminished in the winter when we actually have a surplus of water. Right now, 100% of our summertime flows out of the water treatment plant are actually being held in our on-site reservoir and going to irrigate the 300 acres of irrigated agriculture around the site that the city owns and leases for that purpose to agricultural, non-consumer agricultural products, typically animal feed. We could also look at establishing a different rate structure altogether. We're not, this time, proposing tiered rates. We are going to talk to you in a moment about looking at our fundamental water rate structure for our current metered rate, but the governor is pushing, and we'll be waiting to see if the water board issues regulations that would herd us in the direction of some kind of tiered pricing. Typically the way they do that is they use the carrot and the stick also on local agencies is, oh, if you want additional SRF monies for future water system upgrades or iron or manganese treatment or arsenic treatment, well then you need to have a tiered rate structure in place to be eligible for low interest state loans, et cetera. So they kind of lure you into the trap with inducements of money. We could also be looking at elevating our enforcement level. To date, we've issued no monetary citations. We've issued them many warnings and many door hangers talking to people about potential leaks and reported wasting of water. Several hundred of those over the last number of months. And we're getting very good response. We are getting some frequent flyers where, you know, we get a report and, you know, we just say, hey, you know, every morning, and we run out there and we've got to catch them. It's kind of like the cop. They got to catch you in the act to write you a ticket. By the time we get there, we can't see evidence of water waste. That's where some two early morning, later evening staff would help us with some of those catch them in the act issues. Then the question becomes, how aggressive do we want to be? Do we want to use that as strictly catch them, warn them, educate them, and help them? Or at some point, if we're failing to meet our goals and facing state fines, do we want to be more aggressive with beginning to issue fines and citations? If the state's going to start fining the city $500 a day, our current initial penalty on the third warning is $25. We have to issue a whole lot of $25 citations to cover a $500 a day fine. And then things would escalate from there. You have to have 5 violations before the fine escalates to $100. So you have to be a pretty chronic offender to incur any type of penalty under our current ordinance. So we could look at changing our ordinance and increasing those fines for water waste. We could then, we've kind of got a range of options there. There are other things we could talk about. But basically, we would look for some guidance on how lenient, how strict. If you want to start with some ideas, if you're dead set against things on here, we're looking for that kind of feedback tonight so that as we're bringing back recommendations relative to rolling out what comes next with these regulations, that we've got some idea of what the council feels, and you may want to get some feedback from the public along the way as well. So that's all we have to offer on a status update. We would welcome either tonight or in the weeks ahead if you've got some ideas or thoughts about these or other options for how we want to proceed. I did indicate that the carrot items up on the first 2 bullets come at a cost. We do not have a revenue source for those, but a tiered rate structure could be one way to look at paying for incentive programs. In other words, high users are saying we're not going to, or we can't reduce use because of the size of our lot, or we've got an investment of hundreds of thousands of dollars in our landscaping, whatever it might be. Well, then maybe they offset the cost of operating and conserving water through rebate programs elsewhere in the city to offset their impact, and sort of an opportunity cost kind of approach. So for that, I welcome any questions or feedback you might have at this time.
Council.
Steve, I have a question on whatever this slide is, local perspectives. If you could go back to this one.
Okay.
On that, under Galt, we're showing a per capita usage of 207. I guess that's per month, per person, is that correct? Per day, excuse me, per day.
This is residential per capita per day for 3 months back in the summer of 2014.
And that's calculated based on backing out your non-residential?
They're basically taking total production water and backing out your commercial industrial, which is an estimate at this time that we've said about 10% commercial industrial. So that's basically taking your population and dividing it into what remains.
So that's based on all of the metered accounts that are non-residential, is that correct?
Correct.
Are all of the metered non-residential, does all the water that go through there also service the irrigation, or is there a separate irrigation line? A separate meter for irrigation, or how do you work that?
Well, we still have work to do in that area. We back out the commercial industrial property meters, which in this case would be their commercial industrial usage and any irrigation meters associated with those properties. We would back.
So there are irrigation meters?
Right.
Okay.
In some cases, they have the option of either paying their commercial sewer is tied to their commercial water use.
Right.
They don't want to pay sewer for the irrigation.
Correct.
They pay for a second irrigation meter and separate the system.
So that historically, has it always been a separate meter for the irrigation? I guess the point I'm getting at is that maybe these numbers may be higher in actuality when there could be non-residential water use, particularly in the area of landscaping.
Well, a great example of that is all of our parks and all of our streetscapes that are currently irrigated. they count against residential usage. And that's part of having
That was the next part of my,
the quality of life. So a big portion of the usage that's being attributed to per capita residential usage is sort of your all other, which includes your parks and your schools and those large areas.
Okay, is there a reason why we wouldn't look to show, at least for reporting purposes, a legitimate basis to reduce the per capita usage in order to hopefully maybe reduce this requirement of 32%? Because if you calculated in all of the non-residential, including parks, landscape, all of that water usage, wouldn't that have the effect of reducing that number and actually improve the residential requirement for reduction?
It could, but it could also cut the other way. We've estimated, based on some previous analysis that was done a couple of years ago, that this would be approximately 10% commercial and industrial usage in the city. If we went out and further study would be needed, if we looked at those specific meters and did that sort of more detailed study, we could find out we're only at 8%, and that would make our residential per capita usage actually go the other way.
But we don't meter the parks.
Yes, we do.
We do now?
Yeah, we have for years.
Okay.
And we metered the schools. But those all are going to be included under the state scheme. All public agencies have to include that in their residential per capita number, sort of the quality of life.
That's how they're defining it, is what you're saying?
So all the other cities have to meet those same definitions.
Okay.
What some cities have done is said, well, when they first asked us to start reporting our estimated commercial industrial, that's all I asked. Give us your estimate. We don't need a study to be done. Just estimate it for us. Well, then they turn around and took that data that they've been asking us to estimate and said, well, we're going to use that to set your required reduction. So now many cities are going back and taking a closer look at that number. Mark and I were talking about this, Mark Clarkson, our utilities manager, this afternoon, and we'd have to see quite a big swing increasing from 10% to a significantly higher percentage to bump us down to a lower tier. We'd have to be off by quite a bit, and we just don't expect that's the case.
Can you provide those regulations, the new regulations, to council at least?
Certainly, I can email those to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I would just say you're looking for direction from the council, but I think obviously we need more information as to cost of some of the options. I mean, I really like the idea of using reclaimed water, and I think eventually we're going to get to that, but I think for us to make some decisions, we're going to need some idea of what we're looking at, as well as the rebate programs. Are you going to be able to, not tonight, but sometime provide that information?
Well, if there's interest, we're willing to certainly study and bring back information. If there's not council interest in or there's specific aversion to any of these options, that helps us focus on what you are interested in. We could certainly bring back options for various rebate programs and what the cost would be, and then with that we could bring some options for how we could fund that.
And even the timeline on reclaimed water, isn't that going to take a while to put that into effect?
Well, to put backbone in and build a distribution, right now we would have to replumb wherever we take the water to, would have to have purple pipes installed under state regulations and do all that. So a first step that we've taken is all of the new development that is coming in for entitlement in the last few months. Liberty Ranch, we've been talking with Delta College, we've been talking with the casino proposal, that as they come in and say, listen, we need you to be looking at, as part of your environmental review, a purple pipe distribution system for your greenscapes, parks, and schools.
For future.
And if they put that in, then in the future, as that backbone becomes available, all we got to do is hook them up and take them off domestic.
And aren't tiered rates, weren't they outlawed? Didn't the Supreme Court say you couldn't do
No, the
that?
Supreme Court ruling, and Steve may want to give his legal opinion, what the court found was that one agency, San Juan Capistrano, had arbitrarily adopted tiers that were intended to sort of be punitive, but in their engineer's report, Prop 218 requires that your rates be proportional and tied to your actual cost of providing the service. And what they've done is said, all right, well, here's our base cost of providing service, but to encourage conservation, and I haven't studied their rate in thorough, so I've just been gathering anecdotal information, but that they arbitrarily said, and we're going to make the next tier 20% more expensive, and the next tier something more than that. But they hadn't justified how the cost of providing that second tier of water was related to the fee that they were charging. So we've talked with several of the consultants that are giving us water study proposals, and they're very comfortable and confident that there are many, many tiered water rates that we believe around the state that would withstand scrutiny, including most all of our neighboring communities, if there's a desire to move that direction, and that we could make sure that there's a nexus between whatever tiers we propose and the incremental cost of providing that additional water. Now, if part of that cost is to fund reclamation programs, then to help offset the impact of using that additional water, I think the courts would uphold that.
Okay, thank you.
Laura?
I have no interest in tiered rates at all.
Me neither. I think this is a really, actually what I'd like is, I mean, I think it's hard to give direction, and I actually think this issue needs to be studied further, and maybe we need to have a study session actually just on the water issue, because there's some issues here that hiring the 2 water conservation technicians, I have some concerns about going out and penalizing and what we do with the community. I'm all for educating the community regarding conserving water, following up on leaks, and I know the new water meters actually can tell us whether there's a leak in that person's home, correct?
They can suggest where there may be leaks.
Yeah, I guess the meter itself kind of has a thing. So I'd really like to see us, I'd like to see a study session, because I don't really quite understand all of this to the extent about to be able to provide directions regarding the hiring of staff
Well, and my concern is too, it's not only just, because anything we implement here, aside from the tiered rates, is going to have a cost, and how does that cost fit into the rate structure? And we're just now looking at starting a rate study in a report later tonight to address not only what we saw as a need to enhance the rate or the conservation based on the 20%, but now we've got to throw on top of that the 32% mandate. So for every unit of water, and I think we're going to have to look at a balance on how we can level out whatever this rate structure is, because the less you use, the more it's going to cost. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I agree, we need a little more information than what we've got to give you direction.
Well, and we're not necessarily looking for firm, council resolutions here tonight. We're looking for what are council's interest. And an example, we would strongly encourage you and would intend to proceed unless you tell us it's strongly against your wishes, that we recommend that those 2 temporary, they're fairly nominal cost. Even if you direct us under, sort of the determined enforcement level, you say, listen, we don't want to be issuing a lot of citations and fines. Fine, but we still need to be finding who's got leaks. We need to be educating those folks, who's wasting water early in the morning. And right now we're getting lots of complaints because the city isn't taking action against these chronic water wasters. So I would recommend you proceed with that, even if you say we're not ready to start issuing fines. We have not issued a single one since we declared the stage 2 alert. So.
And I think that ties in with your education.
And I don't disagree with that. I mean, I just don't want to, we hire technicians and we start issuing fines, then it's the whole issue of enforcing the fines, and at the same time in which we're transitioning to meters, that I would just encourage that we go in the way of education, that we identify people, assist them in changing what they can change, because there are people in our community that don't know how to change their sprinkler system. I mean,
Sure.
My mother being one of them, my son has to come and change it for her. I mean, so that sort of stuff, or might not be aware of the rule of only watering twice a week.
Right.
Well, even like we had a power outage yesterday, that threw off probably 80% of all of the water controls, at least residential. So,
I would tend to agree with what she said as far as the education part. But what I'd like to see tonight, and if council is willing to go with this, bring us back some type of a preliminary report regarding the purple piping system. Also, something that I'm seeing used down in Southern California more and more is something called indirect potable reuse, and actually seems to be less expensive per acre foot of water as far as production. So if we could bring, if council's okay with that idea.
Well, does that require like redoing the whole system and everything with different colored pipes and stuff?
Well, at this point, I'm just asking for them to come back with some type of price schedule because of what the cost would be. Because we've got an executive order sitting out there from the governor saying, we're willing to spend a certain amount of money to help you guys out with conservation. You need to get on board because we're not the only city in the state that's going to be doing this.
Okay, I got it.
were you talking about the rebates, or are you just talking about the reclaimed water?
At this point, the reclamation. I mean, if we can pull off the rebates through that as well, that'd be great. But the number one thing here is to conserve water. And rather than dump it into the creek, let's either use it for our watering of our lawns and so forth, or in the case of the indirect potable reuse, and I know a lot of people are going to go, ugh, they're actually putting it back into their potable system.
Steve, question. If in communities that have reuse, is there some, I don't want to say credit, but is there some consideration given to what the usage is versus what they reclaim? I mean, under these new regulations, or have you had a chance to review the new regulations?
We've been looking at the proposed regulations, so if they haven't changed, my understanding is that we get a credit for our reclaimed water in terms of an offset. Looking for Mr. Clarkson. If you've got some better information on that, I would certainly defer to your knowledge.
I know. Yeah, I think that's what we want to know, because I was saying if it costs us $30 million to do it, they get a $3 million rebate, we ain't ahead of the game. You know,
How long it would take us to do it.
Exactly.
Does that help us meet
I
the
don't know, but I'm not saying let's do it. Let's get a preliminary.
No,
and
that's
find out
what
what the
I'm
costs are.
saying.
Yeah.
We're not arguing, we're just making a statement besides yours.
We do not get a credit for our water reuse right now.
Okay.
The state is not including that in our per capita daily usage. Hopefully they will. They started voluntarily. I started providing the data last summer, but they have not used it at all yet. Okay. Hopefully they will, and we'll have to look at these new regs to see if people are being given credit for that. So, and as the director said, there's 400 entities out there that are going to be vying for whatever grant funding or that's going to be available. So it's great to get right on top of it.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe I could add, the way a purple pipe system would help you, not ag reuse, it isn't getting counted towards residential per capita use, but if we had a purple pipe system in town, what you do is people that are schools, parks, and other large grass areas that are using open space that is proposed for the Liberty Ranch, Dead Man's Gulch features. That would all have to be irrigated with potable water, but if we move forward, if we have purple pipe and have the availability of reclaimed water, then we don't have to use potable water. That's where it helps you.
Well, and if I understand correctly, the governor just said you shall not water these with potable water any longer. Am I correct in that?
Well, the new home construction is where the current regulations are pointed at new construction. Now, it's not aimed at parks, it's not aimed at open space. So we're going to have to, as a local agency, figure out how do we meet 32% and still do all of these green things.
What prevents a new homeowner with a zero-escape plan from going in and retrofitting and putting his own lawn in?
Purple pipe?
Your enforcement program that you either do or
So the regulations are such that they cannot change that?
Well, the regulations just say, thou shalt put it in. It's, what's to prevent me from taking my catalytic converter off my car? Well, if I get caught, I get a citation. But, you know, short of inspecting these periodically, and writing something into our, probably need an ordinance update to put some teeth in if you're caught, you know, trouble fines and things like that. So right now, it would be very difficult to know what went on in the backyard. A little bit like what's being grown back there.
Well, I'd really like to see us declare it stage 3. I mean, I think we need to move in the direction of reducing watering to twice a week. I think the city,
yeah.
have we reduced our watering to twice a week?
Yes.
Okay, but who, to reiterate what Lori's saying, who knows who's done that?
Yeah, it was,
Because
we're 2
we
days
had
a week
some new
now?
neighbors come in and,
We just did it like on Thursday, last week.
Yeah, we
so-
were-
but how did you, how did you?
Nobody knows that,
No,
right? I didn't know that.
I didn't, I thought we were still on 3 days.
Yeah.
Me too.
Continuing on.
No.
Well, we haven't declared a 3.
We haven't declared stage 3.
Just city property.
City, park,
Oh.
and irrigation.
She asked what the city was doing.
Oh.
And.
Well, I thought you meant the city.
Oh, no, I meant in regards to
Our
city
properties.
properties.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
city park.
Okay.
We're currently watering as of last week, only twice a week.
Okay, okay.
And I think I agree with Lori that we need to, it needs to go to people's lawns and all that too. It needs to go to,
We're in a
residential.
bad situation.
Yep.
Not gonna get better.
And can I say something about that? What do you suggest that a person does their lawn, if they're gonna do it 2 days a week, how long do they do each area? Or do you, what do you gotta base it on, what kind of?
Well, it depends on the type of grass,
That's
type
what I
of
was afraid
soil.
of.
Yeah, I'll give you a lawyer answer, it depends.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's clay soil.
That's what Steve tells us all the time.
So the answer is, we recommend that you, if you have timers, that you go on your assigned days, that you do multiple waterings of shorter duration, and that you do them early in the morning or later in the evening on your assigned day. And that you know, deeper waterings, multiple light waterings so you don't get runoff, and that you'll achieve savings by not doing the third day.
Well, I think, oh, go ahead.
Did I understand you to say you're accelerating the installation of water meters and maybe even the reading of water meters instead of, you know, originally we were going to give you like 2 months to see how difficult it was going to be?
No, you didn't hear that.
I didn't hear
The
that.
next report will talk more about that.
Okay, all right.
So if we commence with, if we proceed with hiring a water conservation technician, I would really like to see them work on public education and outreach, assisting homeowners in, you know, in reducing it to that twice a week, and, you know, and that they provide that kind of education. I'm really not, I'm not in favor of we go out and do some more enforcement. I really want those individuals, and that, maybe that's, and if they identify the people at 5 in the morning that are overwatering or whatever, then we go back and provide the education and outreach to them to assist homeowners and property owners in meeting our standards. I am not in favor of we start handing out fines and doing all sorts of enforcement activity. I don't think we're at that point, and I don't think that's fair to the public.
I agree with that. Let me just make one comment on that, because we do get phone calls from residents that are upset when they see their neighbors watering, and so I agree with the approach of education. But if we have somebody that is knowingly, and they laugh, and they say, ha, 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 I'm going to spray the street, and they're doing it every day, at some point, you need to enforce that. And so you give multiple opportunities and you educate. But if that person is just flaunting it and the neighbors are so upset because they see this person wasting water, I think there's a point when you enforce it.
Well, I have to, no, I want to say, if you tell somebody one time you need to change it, I'm sorry, you don't need to tell them 2, 3, and 4 times. The education is one time as far as I'm concerned, and hey, these are the days you need to do it, and this is what we need. That's education. I mean, let's hope somebody gets it the first time.
Is that education? Because sometimes you have to look at the barriers that somebody's having. I mean, these might be people that we need to provide some sort of assistance to be able
Well,
to
you're
meet those
assisting
barriers.
them.
Well, no, but you could have communication barriers, you could have elderly, maybe not fully understand how their system even works. I mean, there are a number of issues that these people
Well,
are
that's
feel.
what the education comes to.
Well, I
studying
said,
them and
education needs to be a real
Right.
program,
Yeah.
not just
Yeah.
going out and saying, you're overwatering.
No,
I don't really know.
And I don't think that was the case, sir.
that wasn't what I was saying.
I think, given the scenario that you gave, that makes sense, but we need to make every possible attempt to make sure people understand that they need to conserve water.
Right.
But John Doe citizen goes up and says, screw you, I'm gonna water down my sidewalk. That's a different story.
Right.
That's the same as walking up to a guy and slamming him upside the head with your fist. Gee, am I supposed to?
Well, obviously, our community, by and large, has heard the message, and we have reduced usage. So I would hope that our community will continue to work toward that goal. I mean, I think everybody, you can't live here and not know that we're in a dire situation. in the state of
Exactly.
California.
Well, yeah, you can't live in the state of California and not know it.
Okay, so the direction at this point is,
We need a study session. I think that's what it was, correct? I heard that from 3 people so far.
how about, are we going to stage 3? Is that agreed by council?
Well, I think there's two. Steve, if you want to go back to the last slide,
Sorry.
one prior to that.
So we need motions regarding did you want?
Direction,
Were you
I think.
looking for
No.
direction or action?
Well, there's 2 different slides. One is kind of the
Recommended
recommended actions, which is stage 3, which is
And then
the
policy options.
And then the second one is the policy options for more consideration. So if you're okay with the recommended options, we'll just continue to proceed, so those ones are stage 3, water conservation, public education, pursue grant funding, et cetera. We're just going to move forward with those items. And then the next page is more of the options, and if you'd like to have further study on those items, then we can certainly do that, provide more information. If there's some on there that you're just not interested in, because we'd like a little direction from council on what we would be bringing back to you at a study session. So specifically, you wanted more information on a rebate program, on purple pipes, on other information. For example, on the purple pipes, we're not going to be able to provide you with cost estimates at a study session. That would require us hiring an engineering firm, coming up with some preliminary cost estimates, and bringing that back to the council. So, if the council's interested in exploring a few of these items in more depth, then we could bring those back and talk a little bit more with the council at a study session.
Could I ask another real quick question? What are the grants, is there specifics on what the grants can be for? Or have we seen the grant yet of what a
I don't
city
think
can
they've
apply
issued
for?
guidelines yet, have they, Steve?
We're kind of anxiously awaiting to see
Yeah, because
what programs they're going to fund,
Right.
and are they loans, or are they grants, or are they matching funds, or...
Weren't you going to give us more information regarding the study to restructure meter of water rates?
We'll talk about that with our very next item.
Next
Okay,
item.
so if I was going to, I'd make a motion that we declare the stage 3, that we hire the 2 water conservation technicians, that we commence public education and outreach. I would drop the enforcement at this time because I want to know enforcement levels. I want to know what that looks like. So I would motion for the enforcement. Right now, I think we need to do education and outreach. Take the study restructured water rates. I'd like to discuss that with the next item. And then I would continue to pursue the availability of grant funding, and I'll make a motion.
I would second that.
Call for
You
the
have 2
vote.
seconds.
Hello,
Okay.
Mark, you want to call for the
Call
vote?
for the vote.
One question before we get. Would that be implemented as required by the executive order?
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to stage 3 just because, or are we doing this in reaction to assuming approval of the executive order? And the issuance of the regulations from State Water Board?
Well, our current ordinance gives the city manager the authority to just declare stages without council action. Our recommendation would be that if these were adopted after we reviewed them and it seems prudent, then I would recommend that he do that, go to stage 3.
Then I would like to make a motion to amend. That we go to stage 3 based on review of the regulations, and if staff believes that just has stage 3, go to stage 3.
Well, the governor's already said that we have to meet the 36%.
to do that.
32.
32%,
32%.
I'm sorry, 32%, we're not needing that, we're going into the summer months. I think this is the time to go ahead and go
proactive,
to
yeah.
watering 2 days a week.
Okay,
Okay. So you're gonna take your amendment?
I'll take withdrawal.
Okay. We're good to go. Call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne? Aye. Councilmember Hewer?
Aye.
Councilmember Campion?
All right,
Councilmember Power?
Aye.
Mayor Cruz?
Aye.
last question for the attorney. What legal, does the governor's executive order, does that carry the same weight of law as laws enacted by the legislature?
Yes, he has the ability to impose administrative regulations. There's a process that they have to go through before the administrative regulations are enforced, and that's the process that they're undertaking right now.
Okay.
Is there, I know there was discussion about a study session. Is there any desire to look at any of those other options further?
With council's approval, I'd like to have him bring us something back as a preliminary as far as costs and timeline for the purple piping system and also the IPR.
We could get a proposal from one of our on-call engineering firms about what it would take to do a preliminary study on
I would
that.
like to have that if council's okay with that.
I'd like to know how much that's gonna cost
Yeah.
first.
We'll bring back the estimate.
I mean, the estimate of the consultant
Right.
to do it.
Yeah, we won't get the
Okay.
consultant.
Yeah.
The council we'll bring back the estimate from the consultant to do the work. We won't spend any money until we get approval from council.
Okay.
So, okay, so there's other things on here. Do we want any of these things on our study session, or are we gonna have a
Well, I
study
guess at
session?
this point, I guess I'd withdraw the issue of study session at this point, unless we want to look, they could bring back, it looks like most of these things could be brought back to the regular meeting.
Okay.
Maybe what we could do is on
We
the,
talked about it.
As they
but
come, as they come.
I
up, maybe.
understand it better.
maybe what we could do is on the rebate programs, is wait to see what the governor does and the state does as far as rebate programs, and then bring back a report on what programs might be available at the state level, and then if we want to enhance it, we could do that at that time as
Goes
well.
back to finding out what their guidelines are regarding the, what was it,
Yeah,
262
once we have more
million?
information on the grant
Yeah,
program.
see, the grant program, that's
Yeah.
important.
Because we don't have a funding source to pay for those right now, but if the state makes some programs or some funding available, maybe it's something we want to consider.
Okay.
Could you tell us
Maybe in
what?
the future, the Water Conservation Commission can, if it looks like that we really need to go to an enforcement kind of level, we could look at that in the future after we have some data. Because, one or two people wasting water is not reason to go out and start.
Okay. So we'll
Okay,
bring back
moving
the
on.
estimate on the engineer, and then we'll keep the council apprised on the grant information.
Okay, moving on, water meter billing.
What number is it?
It's hard to find it.
All right, this is probably the tougher item, but I'll try to be much briefer.
Yeah, it was in there.
E7?
Okay.
K7.
Okay, this next item is our water meter billing transition plan. We have two recommendations with your staff report: to receive this presentation to follow, and that you authorize a part-time accounting assistant 1 position allocated within the finance department to help address some of the ramping up that we're needing to do to work through these transition issues that you'll be hearing about. So by way of background, the city proactively undertook a plan several years ago, it was initiated prior to my coming to your fine city, and to implement meters, water meters citywide, and we will be done approximately 10 years prior to the current state mandate of 2025 at our current progress rate. In August 2013, you awarded a $4.6 million contract to Global Water Fathom to do the meter installations and the data collection systems, and to give us an interface to customer data portal that would allow data not only to the city but also to customers to look up their water usage. To date, we're well on our way. The 7,100 total meters that will be installed, we've got 5,360 of them in the ground. We're in the next couple of months hoping to complete the remaining 1,740. These are updated numbers from your staff report based on 2 weeks of additional installations. And Of those 7,100 meters, 960 are replacement meters. The other 6,140 are actually current flat rate customers, for which we'll be talking about how do we transition those to metered rates. So we have a number of challenges associated with that, primarily that we've got to interface very closely between the smart meter data collection system that's collecting the usage data and electronically capturing that via computer, and how that interfaces to our city's billing system, so that we accurately capture the right data for the right house, get it on the right bill, and that we don't have a fiasco when we roll out the billings. You might recall around the state and the nation some difficult rollouts of metered water billing. When new meters were installed, they were wrong. People were getting $10,000 bills. Craziness happens. It's sort of the classic garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have the correct data collection, you get it correctly interfaced to your billing systems. So priority one for our contractor consultants and our billing agency and working with ourselves in finance is that this has got to be right when we roll it out. It's got to work the first time. We've got to have credibility with our bills. So we're proposing that those multiple quality control checks happen along the way. We have to touch every single customer account to transition, because they're either getting a new meter or they're getting a replacement meter. And we have to put in the ending reads on the old meters, the starting reads on the new meters, and get the billing information synced with the customer addresses so we get those bills done right. And we know that our flat rate customers are primarily our older customers, typically 20 years or older, because we've been requiring meter installations for the last 20 years on new homes. So they're older homes. They have older fixtures, they have older appliances typically, and they were built under different water conservation requirements. If you build a home today, you're going to have much stricter requirements, and you're hearing ever more strict requirements with today's regulations for microspray and drip as a prohibition against regular sprinklers. So the newer you get, the more energy and water conserving your fixtures are. So today's wild card, a game changer for us, is these proposed mandates we've been talking about. They're now going to push us to conserve significantly more water, and that's going to give us very difficult concerns with having adequate revenue and a 32% reduction moving forward to still adequately operate your water system. So how would we go about implementing a seamless, correct rollout to our customers? We're proposing that we would utilize those smart meter technology tools that we've been given. We're already reaching out to customers that are getting early leak requests as we transition customers, get those new meters installed. We're looking at the data and looking for leak reports. Basically, the way the system tells us there may be a leak is it looks for a 24-hour period for which there was continuous usage, no zero usage hours. And that tells us the water's running all the time somewhere. Now, that might be legitimate, that they're filling the swimming pool for 24 hours, or it might be that they've got a toilet flopper valve that's leaking, or they've got a leaking irrigation valve, or they've got a leak under their raised floor, or they've got a leak in the piping going to their house. So the system can tell us if there's been a continuous period of usage of 24 hours, and we could set sort of what level of leak we would be trying to detect. Then we could go out and site visits, letters, and try to educate our customers. We are recommending for the rate concerns that we undertake an immediate rate review. We've gone ahead and reached out to one of our on-call consultants and received today a proposal that we haven't had a chance to review yet, so that we're ready to go if you support this recommendation on looking at our metered rate structure. We'll talk more about that in a minute. We're recommending that before we go to live bills, that we roll out 2 mock billing periods where we give them an example of if we were on new metered rates or on metered rates, what their bills would have looked like compared to their current flat rate bills. So people have a chance to say, whoa, I had no idea I was using that much water. Maybe they want to change out some fixtures, maybe they want to change their shower heads, maybe they want to change their sprinkler patterns before we hit them with a large bill. We're recommending that we continue what we've already started, which is, and we're hearing more from you tonight, is yes, we want customer outreach, we want customer education. It gives us an opportunity to transition through that process before we start giving people immediate water bills on their new meters. It also gives an opportunity to give them early access to their water usage data online. So they can go in and look at their daily, weekly, or monthly usage. Obviously, they have to have the new meters installed, but looks like probably by July, we'll be able to let our customers through our public access portal have to sign up for an account, get a password, so they can only look up their water use data, and as a privacy issue. But they would be able to start. They don't have to wait for their mock bills or their new live meter bills to start looking at their usage and making decisions about their water behavior. So this is a timeline that we're proposing. As you can see, there's quite a few moving parts to do a seamless rollout, and we understand that there are customers who are very anxious. There are probably very low water users that would like to immediately be on meters. We hear that. We're sympathetic to that. But to roll it out correctly with the quality control features in place for the entire city, we've got quite a few steps, and I won't read these all back to you, but we're recommending that we do that outreach on the early end. We've already begun that. That we get stuff in the newsletter coming up in June, that we engage a rate study consultant and get that awarded here in the next month or so, that we complete the installation by late June, early July, that we would then get the results of our rate structure recommendation, which we'll talk about in a minute, and that we do a Prop 218 requirement if it is recommended that we move that direction, and staff would support that recommendation. We bring that to you for your consideration, as well as the public's. To do that, we would probably be looking at a rate hearing in early November, and at that point we could roll out mock bills with any new and restructured rate, so that we're not confusing folks with one rate structure today, and then we bait and switch with a different rate structure by the time the live bills come out. So our current recommendation is to go through these steps in an orderly manner, citywide, and bring everybody across the finish line at the same time, so we can use electronic methods to make sure the data is correctly transferred, and that we would be issuing live bills. We start collecting live bill data on mid-November, read those for 2 months, and first bills would go out February 1st for November through January water usage. So that is our proposed timetable. And so briefly, why we're recommending that we slow down a little from our original concept, take the time to do a quick study, probably get that study done again by mid-August, is that with this new 32% mandate, that's a huge game change, over 20% for us. Our current fixed rate for a typical residential customer is typical metered residential customer is a fixed rate component of $297 per month. And that basically, what does that amount cover? It was, best I can tell looking back at when it was adopted, basically covers the cost of reading the meter every month and eventually replacing that meter every 10, 15 years as they wear out. So that was really all that $297 was designed to cover. We currently then charge, based on usage going through that meter, $1.22 for every 100 cubic feet, which is 748 gallons. Our typical operating costs, and part of the study would be to dissect those further and identify what's truly a fixed cost. And typically, we've got to do daily inspections at our water sites. We've got to do daily inspections at our treatment sites and at our wells. We have to do annual testing and monthly bacteria tests. We have to pay our debt service for loans we've taken out to put in water treatment and wells. And we've got capital improvement projects that we've already either completed or are in the pipeline under our master plan that need to be paid for whether we sell any water or not. Those are sort of our fixed costs. We don't lay people off just because people conserve water. We still have to daily go to those well sites. Our variable costs are primarily electricity, chemicals, filtration media. The more water we run through, the more often we have to replace our filtration medias and do backwashes, and normal wear and tear on pumps and motors that run more when we're producing water. And typically, our fixed costs average around 75% for a normal water system. About 25% of your rates are truly variable. And we save money when people save water. Taking the 297 in our current rate.
So are you saying under the variable operation costs, those are going to be the cost that would be offset by the variable, by the water usage?
Normally, your metered rate will have a fixed rate component. In our case, it's $297
Right.
per month, and you'll have a consumption, which is sort of paying for how
Which is
much you
variable.
use. And normally that, in a perfect world, would be your fixed rate would cover your fixed costs.
Right.
And your variable rate would cover the amount of water you're producing
Okay.
to each house.
So is
Our
that the-
rate is fairly out of balance at the moment.
Is that going to be your basis or target as part of this new rate study?
This is what the study would look at, is what, verifying our fixed rates. You want a balance, we want to incentivize conservation, so you want the variable rate to have an effect on people's behavior, but we need to make sure the city's protected, that if the mandate goes to 50% and the drought goes on 2 more years, and we start to have trouble with our water table, we have enough rate to continue to operate the system safely. So just a quick comparison is our current rate is $297.
Right.
Our current flat rate for residential use is $28.75. If you just divide the flat rate against the $297, about 10% of our current flat rate would be offset by our flat rate metered component. So to get to 75%, we'd have to multiply that flat rate by, 5 to or 10, 15 times.
Right.
We had a study done in 2008 that recommended that it go up 6-fold back in 2008 to protect the city in this very similar outcome. We're not recommending that, but if those numbers were typical, instead of $297 per month, study would determine whether these numbers would even be in the ballpark. But probably just off the back of a napkin, I would say our fixed rate should be more like $15 to $20 a month, and then the consumption would go from there, as opposed to our current $28 a month for a flat rate.
Well, the flat rate, though, covers your variable operational costs, or as well as the fixed rate operational costs.
Our current flat rate customer, that's a one-size-fits-all.
Right.
It's covering both.
Right.
But once we move everybody to meters, they won't be on the flat rate.
Understand.
So we have a concern as to, do we have a sustainable rate structure to continue to operate the rate system?
It would appear to me that if you had your fixed rate at a higher rate, that you would end up smoothing or leveling with the rate, the change in the rate structure, because I still have some concern about sticker shock when these people get these mock bills. But if your base rate, if the base cost is high enough, you would see, I think, a little bit more of a smoothing over what they've been paying.
And the theory would be that as you raise the fixed rate component to cover your fixed costs, you lower your $1.22.
Right.
Per unit down to 80 cents, for example, just as an example.
Okay.
And the goal would be for the average user that's using an average amount of water, it would be offset.
Right.
Those who use more would then pay more, but
You pay
when
more.
we go into conservation, we've still got our fixed cost covered.
Right.
Hey, Steve, is there a hope out of this that less water will be going into our sewer plant, so those costs will somehow be affected?
And that would be something else you would look at is, yes, as people use less indoor water, our sewer plant inflows would be reduced, and we'd be saving money on treating that influence. Now, I will tell you that clean water down the drain is not a big cost savings factor for the treatment plant. In fact, the solution is dilution. So clear water is good. So as people conserve water, we don't expect a large savings on the water treatment plant. It's the solids that are about 80% of our treatment costs. So there's a potential slight benefit there that would be looked at.
So, am I understanding that when you talk about getting a study done, that this study will bring back to us what the fixed rate needs to be and what the variable rate needs to, or the usage rate needs to be, to basically stay at the level we are now in meeting our costs of
We have
water?
sustainable revenue to operate the water system going forward, and it would somewhat conservation-proof your rate structure.
What assumptions are being made with regard to the overall reduction I mean, has that been determined as part
Well,
of the
if
rate?
you've got a good rate structure, it doesn't matter how much you can serve. Our rate structure is out of balance, so we get impacted by.
Well, no, it does make a difference, because if we don't achieve the 32%, and the rate structure is based on achieving 32%, then we've overcollected, we've overcharged.
Well,
That's
we would get into the details, but the theory is that if your fixed rate component covers your fixed costs,
right,
and your variable rate, your charge per 100 gallons, covers your variable cost, then it doesn't matter if we can serve 10% or 50%.
I understand that that's from the city's point of view. I'm the customer.
Okay.
Okay, I'm saying that again, I have a concern about what these rates are going to be, because ultimately the residents are going to pay for this. So that's why I want to know what kind of assumptions are going into the rate structure, and I think that I know I will want to know that information when it comes forward.
The study would certainly list what
Okay.
any assumptions or factors were considered. You want to balance the need to have a theoretically perfect rate structure. We still want to incentivize water conservation and encourage those at low use that they're going to save money if they're using those. So we don't want to go too far the pendulum in the other direction either.
Well, I understand that, but this feels a little bit like bait and switch. We've been told all along with these water meter installation that our rates, and we've been telling customers, well, the rates, we're going to continue with the current metered rate. That's what we considered was going to be our going forward. And now when we're getting really close to having the meters all installed, we're saying, well, no, we need to change the whole structure. And I mean, really, Mr. Winkler, that question was asked early on about what was going to be the rates and how was this going to be structured, and now we've turned around and we're restructuring it.
You are absolutely correct. And so what changed? All right, the game changer here is a mandate to go to 32%. That was not on anybody's radar screen. Okay, 20%, my recommendation would still be that we squeak through, then we go look at usage for a year, and then we come back and revisit our rates. But going to 32%, we're going to have a significant reduction in revenue, and part of my responsibility is to operate the system safely. So.
And I understand your needs, but I guess there's part of me that wishes that we had told, that we'd been honest up front a year ago or months ago about this whole thing, because I think we really are going to be, people are going to be really upset. Do you know what our current average metered customer pays?
I don't have that statistic in my head. Typically, our metered customers are using a little less water than our flat rate customers, as the best we can tell, based on just total water use. It's hard to compare, because the flat rate customers are paying the same month in, month out, through the summer, through the winter, whereas our metered customers are paying a lot more in the summer and a lot less in the winter. We could run those numbers, but I don't have those in my head.
Yeah, I guess I just would, because I think what we kind of told the community, or what the community's understood from what even myself understood, is that, some people would be paying more and some people would be paying less, but we would stay about the same. With the $15 to $20 for fixed rate, I think everybody's going to be paying more. I don't know how you can have that level of fixed rate and think that.
It's hard to say, and unless you have the data that you were just asking for, showing, okay, based on the metered houses that we have today, what is the average use? And that's what you'd have to look at, is what is it? Because we don't know.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say whether you're going to be paying more or less.
The rate study and the rate structure is not, from what we said a year ago, I don't think we were being dishonest. Things change, and so now we're coming forward with a different plan, I think, based on the new reality. And I think the message that we gave a year ago is exactly the same today, which is some will be paying more and some will be paying less. We don't need, as a system, to generate any additional revenue than we needed to a year ago. And so we know what those costs are, so it's going to be a different rate, a different way of doing it, but at the end of the day, we still need to have everybody paying about the same that they're paying now. There's going to be some winners and some losers. Some that are on the low end are going to pay less, some that are more, but just because you have a a higher fixed charge, doesn't mean that the total bill is going to be higher, because your consumption base, if somebody's paying $15 as a fixed charge, but they're only paying then 25% on consumption, their total bill may only be $20. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's rates are going to go up by doing that. Again, because as a system, we're going to bring in the same amount of money. So that means that some are going to be paying more and some will be paying. That's the same message we've said all along. This is not meant to generate additional revenue. It's just meant to make sure that when we collect the revenue, we're collecting it at the same level. And because of the conservation efforts, the 32%, you just need to adjust the numbers. It doesn't change people's bills. It doesn't change the amount they're going to be paying. It just changes the rate in order to produce the same amount of revenue.
Well, it may or may, it depends on the amount of usage will determine how much, whether they're going to pay more or less.
Well, I mean, if somebody is really concerned, if they went into this thinking, okay, we'll go to water meters and I'm really going to conserve and I'm going to reduce my rates, and maybe they will, but to meet the cost, for us to meet the cost of running the water system, somebody's got to pay for it. So, you know, there's got to be somebody, for the guy that's using less, there's going to be somebody else that's going to be paying more. Yep. That might not have had to pay more.
Either way, under any circumstance, under any rate structure, there's going to be some that are going to be paying less than what they're paying now, and some that are going to be paying a lot more than what they're paying.
But it's all proportional based on whatever their usage is.
Right.
It'll be other than what the base rate is, and I think the idea, quite frankly, you know, not that I like to raise rates, but it makes sense in this case to raise your base rate so that the incremental difference between a low water user and a high water user is actually closer, rather than leaving it at the existing base rate. Because I think.
But the fixed rate isn't actually covering the cost of any water, correct? I mean, it's just covering the fixed operation cost.
Well,
it's not going to have a certain amount saying, if you pay this fixed rate, you now can use X amount of water before you go to another rate.
No,
it could. The rate study will give us a variety of options that we could bring to you in a study session and then ultimately present to our customers for approval. You know, a lot of communities say we're on fixed income, we've got a lot of seniors, you know, we're concerned, and so what you do along with your electric utilities and your gas utilities is you have a lifeline rate that is a low use, you know, make sure that everybody can have an affordable amount, and with that you provide a certain base amount of usage. You could do that with your water rates, to where your first 300 cubic feet is included within that fixed amount. You can do that. And then anything over that would go into your metered rate. So there's an infinite variety of ways to approach it. But again, Jason said it well, is the goal here isn't to generate more revenue. The goal is to make sure we continue to have enough revenue to move forward.
Pay the bills, yeah.
So the study will bring back that information and give us lots of different options.
That's correct, and give you a rational basis for equitably setting that rate so that you can withstand a Prop 218 challenge.
As part of that, could we also have the information that Councilmember Hewer was asking about in terms of looking at existing metered units, to get an idea of, well, okay, if you take all these units, and I don't know if it's all of them, maybe you do a reasonable sample, I don't know, to come up with some idea, if you average it, what is their average monthly bill? Because we know it's going to vary, to give us an idea for comparison purposes to the existing rate structure.
We can run those as part of our public outreach.
I asked our finance department to provide that information for.
On all of them, or how many?
It's on the current residential metered customers, which is the 900 or something, from March 14th, 2014 to March 14th, 2015. It says the average revenue per account is $50 per billing cycle, so that's $25 a month.
Okay.
So that's it. So that's a little bit less than the flat rate.
Could you provide that to council, that information?
Thank you.
Steve, are we at a point where you can stop here, because I've got several members of the public who want to speak on this?
We can. We do have a couple of more slides for your consideration, but we'll follow your lead.
How fast can you wrap that part up, because it's getting kind of late?
2 slides left.
So let's wrap that up first.
We were requested to bring back information on, are there any early implementation options for those folks that want to get on their meter right now? That could be accommodated on a limited scale if just a few people wanted that. That would basically be how we'd handle a new home that Mr. Guthridge is hooking up with a new meter. We'd sign that new account up and put them on a metered rate today. So we can accommodate that. But it does require hand entries, and with the new automated data collection, it then requires monthly or bi-monthly that we hand generate their bill. Meaning we have to go look up the usage because they're not automated yet, and then generate a hand bill for that property. It then creates, the whole point of water meters is to create rate equity on water usage. So now you're creating further inequity of, well, some get it early and some don't, as a potential concern. It would certainly, everybody who going into the summer, you give a really low rate to because they're on low meters, well then, it's not being offset by those, the other half who would be paying more because they're using more water. So there's another revenue impact if you let the low users sign up, but nobody else does. It would certainly complicate a seamless billing transition where we're trying to, keep track of which accounts or which way, and we start doing onesie twosie, all around the city on our meter billing routes that we roll these things out on in the computer. We'd have to be very careful in our quality control to trip up and get complicated when we transition the bulk of our folks in the future. And lastly, if there is a desire on the council's part to do an early implementation option, certainly we'll follow that direction. But we would recommend then that we sort of have an equitable way if we announce it to all of our customers, and maybe have an application period, and then we would have to decide, who gets it and who doesn't. And then you have a waiting list, and then now we're hand billing all of those customers. So, one or two, no, not a problem. But everybody who thinks they're using low usage might line up at the door and want to get one of those. So that's sort of the operational concern. So we'd like your direction as to whether we proceed with our planned implementation plan, so that timeline we showed you earlier on, which would include authorizing the part-time position immediately for finance, and they're pretty much buried trying to help us with this rollout billing process, or provide direction on a number of options were listed in your council packet, and we talked about a couple of them.
And before we dive into that, first speaker is Tim, and I'm not going to try to butcher the name. It looks like Newhart.
That's correct.
Tim Newhart, not a resident of Galt, but a business owner in Galt. Just a couple of observations on this water deal. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing us time here. As one who's involved in the water grab from Southern California, from Northern California, and the BDCP tunnels and so forth, I've been involved in the water thing for the past 5 or 6 years pretty heavily. But I think there's something you all have to remember here, that the water is not an indefinite supply. It is a finite supply. It's only going to be so much, and there's going to be a time coming where you're going to be basing your city expansion and your city housing issues on how much water you've got, period. It's coming. There's only so much to go around. That's one. Number two, and by the way, $25 a month for the average residential customer, I think, is insanely low. That's just my opinion. The only way you're going to get people to stop is to hit the pocketbooks. The first thing that I was going to speak of also was that I think there needs to be some education on how these water calculations and these rates are put together. I've gotten huge fluctuations in my water bills on my commercial buildings. I've had one billing period of over $360. The next billing cycle is $17. The next billing cycle is $115. We've had to go back and check this out, and I cannot get anybody at the city to tell me how those are derived. And that needs to be told to people. We have a right to know. We're paying the bill. We need to have the right to know how this is calculated. How are sewer rates calculated? I don't have a sewer meter, but nobody can tell me. All they give you some vague answer about, you know, it's calculated on some multiplier, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what is it? I don't know. I've never been told that, and I think, again, we have the right to know that. And when I see huge fluctuations like that, I'm thinking, who in heaven's name is reading the meter? Because something's askew. I've had no big changes or any changes at all in my tenants. And I check in the water, the toilets daily for running toilets, not daily, but often enough for, I mean, I'm on this roll with them about making sure your toilets aren't running blah, 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 and using water unnecessarily. Because it's a big issue. So I would hope that people will be given that information so we know why we're getting charged what. That's my opinion on these water rates, okay? Your techs that you guys want to hire, great, fine and dandy, but I hope to God they don't turn out to be the water Gestapo, all right? They should be the helpful waterman, you know, showing people how to conserve, showing people how to set, about half the people in the countryside don't know how to set their sprinkler systems on their boxes hanging on the garage wall. How do you do that? How can I make those changes? And educate them on those kinds of things, help them to conserve, show them where they conserve, you know, a smaller orifice here, a less of an orifice there, whatever, but be the helpful water person. Don't be the Gestapo out there. Maybe there could be something done also in regards to the city participating in dry landscapes. Dry landscapes are going to save you water. Dry landscapes are going to save you issues at the sewer plant. So if the city can encourage water conservation by being participatory in those types of things with residents or businesses or whatever, I think that would go a long way in the long run of helping those things to move along and conserve water. I was invited to speak at the Orange County Water Conference about a year ago as a farmer from Northern California. There was a developer who got up and said, we give Orange County, for each house we build, $15,000 to $17,000 per unit to mitigate the water use. And we build 10,000 units out of whack. This guy's a big-time developer. And I said to the crowd, when I got up there, I said, you have to think these water issues through. You cannot take what people are saying and just let it fly on by you. I said, I got a couple of questions for you. Yeah, he pays you $15,000 to $17,000 per unit. But
Mr. Newhart, you'll have to wrap it up. Your time is up.
In that, does he create a larger demand for water? Yes. Does he create one new drop of water? No. So a lot of these issues have to be thought through. The other thing is, I have yet to hear the old slogan that we went through in the last round, which is, when it's yellow, let it mellow. When it's brown, flush it down. I cannot believe nobody's touting that one again, because that's a lot of water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Rick Walters? Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Good evening, Council. Rick Walters. I'm the one that wants to hop in early, and I want to do that because I've done all the necessary changes to my yard and my house and everything. And we use, we got a report from Public Works, and for the last 4 months we've used 13.97 cubic feet a day, which is roughly 116 gallons a day for my household, period. So that's why I want to opt in. This rate study that Mr. Winkler is talking about, and his charges, what he is not telling you is the charges are going to go up 400%. People are not going to take that. Under Prop 218, I'll guarantee you right now, under Prop 218, it's never going to happen. You're not going to raise it that high. If we have to go out and get the signatures, the 4,000 signatures, we'll get the 4,000 signatures. You're not going to raise those rates that high, period. So you're going to have to find another way to do it. And one of the ways to do it is quit transferring $400,000 to $500,000 a year and putting it into the general fund for supposedly staff costs or city employee costs. Why don't you stop doing that? That's $500,000 a year. Now, we've been getting conflicting stories from city staff. I got the contract, and one of the statements in the contract says Fathom efficient operations in the industry. Now, though it's technology business, Fathom municipalities can finally access state-of-the-art integrated technology solutions that save money, time, and water. That's the people they're dealing with. This is their job. They know how to do it. But all I'm hearing here on this side of the equation is we have to raise the rates up because our fixed costs are such. Well, why should we have to pay for more payroll, more health care, more retirement benefits? Why should we as the ratepayer, taxpayer, have to pay for those additional charges? Take it out of the general fund. You're sitting in there with $5 to $6 million that's just static all the time. It's not doing anything. It's a reserve. So quit putting all this burden and crap on us all the time. I'm tired of it. And you're not going to get what you think you're going to get. I promise you that.
Thank you, sir. Dan Jimenez.
Dan Jimenez, and I live in the city. I'm really glad to hear that a couple of council members really get it, that it's going to be a shock to some of the citizens on their water bills when they get it. And it doesn't matter what has been said here tonight, that it's not going to happen that way. It's going to happen that way. The numbers up there show it that it's going to happen. The other thing on that fixed rate, I was thinking about that. It's what it takes to, the revenue it takes to pay for, to run the public works department, let's say. Well, if you keep hiring people, that's going to put a burden on that cost too. I mean, hasn't anybody ever heard of doing more with less? I mean, throwing labor at everything isn't the answer. That's why a lot of companies go out of business. The other thing is, a little bit of thunder was stolen by Rick over here, that people, if they get a big shock in their bill, they will sign a signature to stop some of this rate increases. And then what's going to happen, you're really going to get a us versus them situation. You remember this, Barbara, years ago when this place used to get filled up and everybody was mad at each other. So it's imperative that the staff and this council get it right the first time. If it takes, hey, wait a minute, we got time to get it right. You don't have to implement these things right away. When I read this report, it scared the bejesus out of me because it's just littered with rate increases. No numbers, but a lot of references to rate increases. Give us some numbers. Give us something that we can, say, so this is what they're shooting for. The other thing is on the transition, there's a couple bullets there. One of them is just announced that draft energy regulations are pending, adopted by the State Water Board with a proposed effective date of May 15, 2015. These mandates significantly further reduces local water consumption. All right, the reports already show that citizens are really trying to do the right thing. There should have been another bullet in there that said that the city and staff It's going to be reviewing their water usage, such as looking at the parks. Do they really need all that shrubbery that's out there? Is there some of the grass they can pull out and put concrete? I mean, we're in this together, so it'd be nice to see the city say, hey, we're not going to do this because we're going to lead by example. Not just put the burden on us to pull out lawn, but do this and that. And I'll just cut mine short. A lot of things have been covered already. But I think on the alternatives, the one that wasn't listed here, but it's down on the bottom, should the council direct modifications to the planned metered billing transition plan, staff will bring back specific costs and staffing implications for further council considerations. That should be your driving force right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point, we're looking for council direction. Don't everybody speak at once.
Kind of going back to the prior item, when we do look at the information that Jason, that you'd mentioned, you'd looked at what the metered rates are for the existing. Can that analysis also be shown based on what the new rate structure would be? Because I think that would give us a much clearer understanding of what the rate's going to look like.
That could be part of the rate study.
Okay, because I'd like to see that in there. One item that we really haven't talked too much about was the mock billing periods, and I am concerned that I think two billing periods is a little short. I believe that probably double that, maybe 4. I know the state law allows us to go up to a full year. I don't know that we necessarily need that, but. And this all gets back to making sure that, like Mr. Jimenez said, whatever we do, I want to make sure that we take the time and that everybody fully understands what the implications are with these changes. Many of which we don't control, and obviously the city is simply reacting to new regulations imposed by the state. So I think it's important that that time, if necessary, be taken. So that's.
I just wanted to tag on to what you mentioned. Originally, we had planned to make the mock billing cover a summer, which would be the highest consumption. And we've had to modify that, I guess, because of the changes. But it would be good if we could somehow get through some of the higher months with a mock billing.
Well, any data we collect, we can do a mock bill for. And we can look at any period that the council's interested in. As of July, we should have virtually all of the meters in and capture data. So that remains available not only to the city, but as we get the portal up and running, they can go online and look at the usage back to day one. Now we don't keep, at some point we'll only keep a couple of years worth of data just from a memory standpoint, but we'll then keep summary reports. We won't keep the daily information, but we'll keep monthly usage probably back 5 years or so.
So we'd be able to kind of calculate then what the cost would be.
People can look at their usage. It'd be very easy. I was a little baffled by the indication that staff couldn't explain why the bills vary. It's a pretty simple calculation. Is you take your meter readings, multiply the 100 cubic feet by your rate, add the flat rate, and that is your commercial bill. So I'd be happy to explain that to Mr. Newhart or others if there's a concern about how the bill is being calculated.
I think one of the issues is if they get a bill, they're going to look at their bill. Most people probably won't take the time to whatever portal you have to go to, unless they're really interested. And I'm sure there are people out there, but I think the majority of the residents here, they'll look at their bill, and they say, oh, well, there's a big difference here, or there isn't a big difference. I think it's more of a convenience to the customer rather than obviously the information will be available, but I think having it available to them in a format that's easy is important.
And I think it's important to clarify. I think Barbara Payne made a good point as far as the mock billings cover the summer months.
Right.
And that is the plan. So the mock billings that will come out in the fall will be reflective of the usage from July, August, September, the hottest months, so people will be able to see kind of the worst case scenario for them. Here's what the rate would be had you used the same amount of water you used this past summer. Then they have the winter to make adjustments, and if they want to change out fixtures and things before the next summer hits. And the advantage, I think, of having a 4-month mock billing period is when you're capturing the hot months in the mock billing period, and then you're implementing the rates in the winter when the rates are going to be lowest. If you extended the mock billing period for another 4 months, you're going to be capturing the winter months, which probably is not all that helpful for customers, and then you're going to be implementing those bills in the summertime. So their first real bills are going to come out in May, June, July, and so I think that's why we're recommending the time schedule that we had, and that's what we've communicated to the public. It's 4 months of mock bills. Doesn't mean the council couldn't change that, but that's the thought process behind it.
And with that in mind,
Well, that would take them
What's
to
our-
about May, actually, I
Excuse me.
think, wouldn't it?
with that in mind, what's our timeline for the finishing of the installation of the remaining meters?
Hopefully by the end of June, early July.
So how are we going to implement the 4 months if we're looking at the beginning of July?
Well,
We've got a 15-day transition.
I'm going to go back to this slide, and as you see the mock bill usage reports, mailed mid-November, that would be for the July 15th through September 15th. That'd be the first mock bill, and then we would do the second mock bill up on the top of the graph, would cover September through November 15th, and the first live bill would cover November 15th to January 15th under this proposal.
So will the data be complete as far as July as well? My
Yeah.
point I'm trying to get to is, if we have a substantial number of meters out there running, why can't we back it a month, like using data from June as well?
We can for those meters that are in. There's currently about 1,400 meters that aren't in that will be in starting in July.
I understand that, but the majority of them are in.
Correct.
And on a different note, that concerns me. If he's got a commercial operation and 1 month he's getting charged $17 a month for, I'm assuming it's an apartment complex,
Commercial building.
commercial operation, and the next month he's getting charged $300 a month, there's something wrong with the system here. Either the meter's not working properly. I mean, how do we avoid this problem, not just on the commercial side, but for the resident?
That's a concern, and hence our quality assurance procedures to try to make sure that we're getting accurate reads. Meters read correctly until they fail, and that's why you replace them every 10 to 15 years. Now, meters don't quit working and then start working and then quit working. They generally sort of run slower as they get wore out. They don't overread, they underread as they wear out. So if there's something going on with a wild swing in the bill, there's one of two things happening. The meter was incorrectly read, and if he's probably in an older portion of town, he's probably got either a visually read meter or a touch read meter, and somehow human error might have transposed a reading on the really high month, and then he gets the credit when we correctly read it 2 months later, and because you look at total cumulative use. That's one explanation. The other is there's been a water, somebody left a hose on for 2 days, somebody left the water. We had a commercial storefront here on Lincoln that had might have been one of the Springbrook New House buildings, I'm not sure, that had a crazy bill of several $1,000s. And it was a vacant building, so why is there any usage at all in a vacant building? One of a worker cleaning up something had used one of the flush urinals, and that ran continuously for about a month before it got picked up in a billing cycle. And a huge millions of gallons of water went down the drain because nobody was there. So I'm glad to hear Mr. Newhart saying, hey, I'm checking, I'm having my clients check, because you can waste a lot of water really quick.
I don't know about the rest of council, but I'd like to see us backing it back to June as far as collecting data.
I'm more concerned about extending the period.
Into
An additional 2 months.
that would work as well.
Well, that isn't that's what we just said, it was 2 months, now we want to make it 4, correct?
I mean, 4 billing cycles, not
Or- so
it's
that's
4
not-
months, 2 billing cycles, I'm saying 8 months, 4 billing cycles.
Okay, so you want it 8 months.
That's,
I just have a question about the rate study. So can the rate study take into effect that if we met the state mandate and reduced is it going to look at that if we met the state mandate and reduced the water usage, what it would take, what the bill needs to be to meet the cost to have?
Fundamentally, yes.
Of the water system? I mean, is that
It's
what we're looking
independent
at?
of conservation. It would be to restructure our rates, not to print any new money, it's not to do 400% increases, it's not to generate additional revenue. It's to make sure that as conservation happens, that we have enough revenue to run the system. So it's to protect against a loss of revenue, not to create new revenue.
Okay, so if we have to adjust the rate structure, and we find out that we're over collecting, we can come back and redo the rate structure again, technically. correct?
Absolutely, and all along
So we would have that kind of data coming
our
back.
intent would be after we collect citywide usage data for a period of 12 to 24 months, that we would probably come back and look at our rates again to make sure, by law, we can't charge more than the cost of operating the water system. So we have to come back and true it up. Now, sometimes we did, as some will remember in the room, that your council did a rate reduction just before I got here on your sewer rates, because you looked at what you were collecting versus what your needs were, and we had estimated one set of costs, and the project came in under, and so you lowered your rates. So that's sort of a normal cyclical process that you review your rates. We also have an annual escalation factor. We only would take that if we could show that we have that need.
So when was the last time these water rates our current water rates were evaluated?
That's a good question. It was before I got here, other than the annual inflationary adjustment. We haven't done
really
it.
haven't looked at whether we're...
Probably back in '08. I wasn't here.
So, I mean, I guess that's kind of a question, because if it's at 08, how do we know now that we are collecting the right amount?
Well, because we're solvent, and our revenues are meeting our needs.
Yeah, we're paying the
And, you know, it's pretty easy cash flow on an annual budget basis. We either have enough money to do the maintenance and the testing, or we don't. And we look at that every year.
Yeah, but I kind of hear a little bit about what the citizens were saying, and that is sometimes what we do is we're collecting this amount so we can spend this amount. And sometimes we need to look at what do we really need to collect and what's really necessary.
Well, yeah, that's a fair comment. It's kind of hard to defend against common sense, so I won't try. But I will suggest that one way you can sort of smell test your rates is how are they compared to other similar agencies, and we're lower than most.
Okay, sounds good to know.
All right, so at this point, what are you looking for from us?
I did have a question. In the report, under the recommendations, it says authorize part-time accounting assistant position allocated to finance department to address increased workload with the water meter program. Is that irrespective of the early implementation option?
We're kind of seeing, we're getting lots of calls and lots of questions as we're rolling meters out into people's front yards and things. I would, as I know is in the room?
Michelle's here.
Michelle, if you could speak to that.
Yeah, actually, when you're talking about, for instance, the mock billings, that's basically the same number of staff people printing a whole other set of bills, answering a whole other set of questions on those bills. And there's a training curve as well. Right now we have, I think, around 500 residential meters. I'm not sure the exact number.
900.
Well, some of those are commercial, I think, of the 900. But we have 900 meters, you're right.
Right.
And we answer those questions now, but when you think about the fact that we're going to have 6,000 more, and we're going to have 6,000 more customers, you know, that potentially could be calling in and asking questions.
Sure.
We need to have staff trained to do that. And the position that we're talking about, we currently have a temporary, so we're really just asking for a part-time, which at this point is, you know, another, I think maybe 20 hours or less a week. So we're not asking for another full staff member, but in order to address those questions, we did just recently, we added the meter charges for the meters that were installed to the bills.
Right.
The $300 or $350, so we've had a ton of questions on those. It's that kind of,
Does that person become the primary point person then?
no, we'll be distributing the work. Obviously, we have to have everyone trained to answer
Okay.
the meter questions, so that
Okay.
person might not always be there. But that additional workload is basically due to the water meter implementation.
Okay.
Would that part-time position be paid for out of the water fund?
I believe it is.
Yes.
It's a cost allocate back
Yeah.
to the water fund, which is these staff costs that were spoken of earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's council direction here? Do we want to recommend proceeding with the planning of the implementation, or do you have another idea?
Well, this is just basically a presentation, right?
No.
Under this report here?
Now, these are formal recommendations that you received the presentation, but that at a minimum you authorize the new position and then give us direction on, do you want 4 mock bill periods? Do you want, we need to move forward
Okay.
with something, and we proposed a plan and welcome any further direction as to council's comfort level with that plan.
Can I say something, please?
Certainly.
Go ahead, step up, sir.
I hope you consider the fact that some of us older citizens want to opt in early. So I hope you consider that when you discuss that tonight. Please consider that.
So, are we proceeding with the rate study, or do we need to authorize the rate study?
Funding is in the current budget, but if you're not satisfied with that approach, we will probably, based on the envelope we got today as a proposal, we'll probably have to bring that back for award. It's probably going to exceed our authorized level of authority.
So that'll come back to the rate study?
I believe so. If it's over 50,000, you already actually had a prior board order that gave us up to 50,000 with the initial task order to look at rates and impact fees. If it's over that, we bring it back. Otherwise, it's normally 30,000.
Well, I'm going to say that I think that we need that additional part-time position. Data entry is nuts, and it takes a lot to do it, and you need somebody there that can't be interrupted and needs to just be putting that stuff in. And I think that we have to get the stuff into the system in order to get into the answers that we're looking for. So I'm going to move that we authorize the additional part-time position.
Okay, I have a motion. We have 2 seconds. You guys want to flip a coin?
No.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Mary Lou Powers, a second by Vice Mayor Barbara Payne. You can tell it's late. Call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne? Aye. Councilmember Hewer? Aye. Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers? Aye. Mayor Cruz?
Aye.
I would make a recommendation that we proceed with the planned implementation with the modification of the mock billing, go for 4 cycles rather than 2 cycles.
So that ends up being 8 months, just so everybody knows.
Correct.
Correct?
Well, yeah, I think that we really need the rate study prior to being able to implement this plan.
And I don't want to be rushed.
How do we implement a plan if we don't even know what the rates are going to be?
Right.
So that's a motion.
That's a motion.
Do I have a second?
I need to hear your motion again.
Oh, to go with the planned implementation, and I take that to be this, Steve? This is your implementation schedule? This is what you're talking about?
That's sort of the timeline we should.
Right. And I should add, that would include those other items we talked about that would be included in the rate study in terms of the comparisons, the 2 comparisons from the existing, the analysis that Jason currently has, and then how that would compare with the new proposed rate structure. And I assume, not knowing what's in the proposal, we'll have a variety of different structures to look at. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do we know how many at this point?
Well, to try to keep the cost steady down, we'd probably look for maybe 3 or 4 options.
Okay, okay.
Okay, can we use this as an amendment, or do we have to have
Well, I think
something
that's,
changed here? Mr. Rudolph?
Or you can just make a motion to implement staff recommendation with the modification you were
Okay.
proposing.
So I have the motion, do I have a second?
with the modifications.
With the modification.
I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Why, because everybody, you know, we've got people out here that really want to get their rates done real quick, and you want to go to 8 months, and then we're going to have some people that are going to want,
I have another motion.
okay, well, I'm just asking that question.
Okay.
Okay, because if you got enough,
Well, I was going to do it as a separate motion, but I could amend this motion that staff, with regard to the early implementation, that we come back with additional information to cost out and provide an actual program on how it would be implemented. I mean, and I understand staff's concern. If you have, 500 people come in and they want early implementation, that's going to be a problem. So I think council needs to have a better understanding of how could that be accommodated if we chose to do that.
And what would be the cost?
And what would be the cost? You're right.
yeah, because there's a lot of, you know.
Yeah, and to that extent, we're way off the motion, but to that extent, I don't have any idea how many people have called to ask for this. I mean, I don't, and I think that would be something that would be good information to have in the report.
And
Well, I don't think we
wait till
know
the
how many
word gets
people
out.
want it until we put it out there to make it an option.
You're
I
right.
have a-
Well, and you're right,
Yes, I have a really difficult time supporting this implementation plan without knowing what the rate structure is going to be and what that looks like. And so until I have the rate study, I really can't support moving forward with the implementation plan.
Well, we need to do the rate study first.
I think we need the rate study before we can decide on the implementation plan.
Well, and I think that's what they're working on. Those would be, it's basically do the rate study, award the study contract, complete citywide meter install, water rate study completed. That's supposed to be in August. At that point, then I suspect we're going to be holding public workshops. So I mean, that's the implementation of that.
I guess my concern is we're moving forward with the implementation plan without having what I consider to be a key piece of information, and that is what does the rate structure look like and what does that need to look like. And so I can't proceed forward with an implementation plan until I know what that looks like.
Well, maybe instead of looking at, I'm going to withdraw my motion at this point.
Isn't that part of the implementation plan?
It is, but there are things in here, is it critical that the proposed rate notices go out before we hold the public workshop on the proposed structure? I would think that is something that we would want to do after the fact.
If you're looking for a council study session, that could certainly be done. If you're looking for, invite the public with an undefined rate structure, that
Doesn't do any.
to be able to have a certain argument.
Right. Well, but my point is that you're already doing you've got the mail proposed rate notices, Prop 218, and then you're holding a public workshop on the proposed rate structure. So why wouldn't we hold the notice, the public workshop prior?
Well, it's typically how you get the word out. I mean,
Okay.
Previously, as you send out.
So that's on the
everybody.
are you talking like the protest hearing?
Yeah,
Yes.
so you send out
Okay.
the notices to everybody, and then you can set up, here's a time when we're gonna have a public
I
meeting.
thought this
and
was
you
just a
can come.
regular public workshop. I didn't know it was a protest
Yeah, that
hearing.
was- yeah.
Okay. Well, quite frankly, then I think it's the right approach. So, I would, again, make a motion to go with the existing rate structure, with the existing implementation plan, with what we talked about, what's to be included in the rate study itself, and ask that staff come back with a report on the early implementation options with more specificity on how that could be accomplished and costs associated with that. And estimates, to the extent possible, of how many people you believe would actually take advantage of that based on some of the data that we know we have today. So.
The big question, I think, the big question on that, I think, is do you do the early implementation before or after the new rates? Because if you put people on the existing rates, that's all going to change.
I think that all needs to be in the report. How's that?
Well, I suggest that be two separate motions. That's awfully complicated.
Yeah.
Two very different motions connected.
Okay.
in my opinion.
Do the first
I'd
one.
like to say that I already seconded your motion, so if you're gonna change it, I'm gonna have to rescind.
Well, I won't change it. We can vote it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Campion, second by Vice Mayor Payne. Call for the vote, please.
I'm not clear what the motion is.
Yeah, I'm not
Just the
either.
implementation plan, and then also bring back options for the early implementation?
Correct.
Or does the implementation plan include the 8-month mock billing?
It did include the 8
Yes.
month.
Oh,
I didn't say that, though.
you didn't say that.
Not the second time.
Well, I just have to say that I have a little bit, I mean, I'll go with whatever anybody wants. I have a real problem with the early implementation options because there's another one where there's a variable. And, okay, you know, you have a small scale, but I personally think if you're going to put it out there, you're going to get a large scale, and how are you going to knock off how many people are going to get it?
Then I'll withdraw my motion and just do the implementation to start with. How's that?
Okay, fine, I like
The
it.
implementation, and again, that would have the 8-month mock billing
So that's,
and the items that we talked about earlier to be included in the rate study.
and that'll change all these dates, correct?
No, it won't change
So
these
you're
dates.
extending your rate, your period of...
Just the mock billing portion.
Okay, so
Push
I have
out
the
your live
motion.
billing, your mock billing. So the last several bills
Okay.
can be
Mock
pushed
bills.
out.
Okay, got it.
So I have the motion by Councilmember Campion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice Mayor Payne. Call for the vote before anybody changes their mind.
Vice Mayor Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer.
No.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Powers.
Aye.
Mayor Cruz.
Aye. Okay. Wait, we're at H, public comment.
No, I'd like to make another
We have
motion.
another motion?
Yes, on early implementation.
All right.
To have staff come back with a report, like I said a few minutes ago, looking at what the options are, what the costs would be, and using existing data to see how that could adversely affect the budget, because I believe that's the biggest concern of staff. Do you need any more direction on that, Steve?
We just need to think through how we estimate numbers to estimate costs.
Right.
So we'll be.
Well, and the alternative too is to come up with a methodology by which those people that submit an application, that, you know, you do X number per week, per month, whatever it is.
Oh, geez, that's so scary.
Well, I think the basic question the council needs to ask is the council interested, we can work out the details, is the council interested in an early implementation plan for those people that are lower users? That's the basic question, and we provided some information in the staff report about staff's concerns with how that might be implemented, but if the council wanted additional information, we can certainly see what we can do.
How are you gonna do the lower users?
Yeah.
Well, we have
Because we're flat.
data. We have data
Flat
on
rates.
most of the customers now. There's still some that don't have meters.
In the older section, which is gonna be the ones that are gonna have the hardest time with the increase.
Starting July 1, everybody should be in. And so it's nothing that we could implement immediately, but it's something we'd have to talk about is, you know, once we figure out the meters, get all those in and we start looking at usage. It's something we can look at. Again, staff believes it's going to extremely complicate the implementation plan. You know, we've been on flat rates forever. The city's always been on flat rates, and now we're going through I think a measured plan to get people onto a metered rate system. And so, you know, to complicate that, I think it's going to be very confusing to the public, getting notifications about, well, you can opt into this new system under what rate, and I just think this is going to be confusing enough to the public to try to figure out what we're doing and to throw in another program or process I think it's gonna potentially set us up for some complications.
If I understand your motion, you're just asking for, to bring it back to see what it's
Right.
like.
That's correct.
And then we can make a decision one way or the other at that point.
Yeah, but there's gonna be a ton of variables.
Because my concern, again, is the early implementation issue. We move forward with an early implementation plan without knowing what the rate structure is.
Yeah.
We know what the rate structure is until
No,
it's
we
changed.
don't.
Yes, we do, because it's based on the existing rates.
We have an existing rate.
We have an
Based
existing
on
rate.
existing rates, which
Right.
appear to not cover the cost.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So the issue comes down to what is expected, how many people do we think are gonna come forward?
And what the hit is going to be to the city as far as the.
Short term till we go to full implementation. And, you know, we could, this mock billing, I mean, you know, we can, we're set up to go 8 months. If we get into the new rate structure, we could implement it earlier. I mean, council has that ability to do. If it looks like it's advantageous for the consumer. I mean, there's a lot of options.
I totally
there.
get that, but there's a lot of work and I, not to say everybody shouldn't do more or whatever, but that's just,
So
that's a lot of.
can you repeat your motion so we can get it straight? Kurt?
It is to have staff bring back a report, further identifying an implementation for an early implementation option.
Okay,
How they see it occurring
okay.
and what those costs would be.
And do we have a second? Dies for lack of a second. Okay. Moving on to, I believe, H, public comment. Please.
The clerk announced that members of the audience could address the council on any matter which is not on the agenda but within the subject matter jurisdiction. Nope, I'm not done. Speakers may address council on any agenda item during consideration of the item. Speakers shall restrict their comments to issues that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council and limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Please fill out a speaker sheet located on the table inside the entrance to the council chambers and forward the completed speaker sheet to the city clerk.
Okay. Rudy Norton.
Mayor, council, for allowing me to speak today. This does have a little bit to do with this water meter situation, but it's a little different. It's about the installation of one on my property. We're on the north side of Ayers Lane. We've been on that property, the in-laws, for 65 years before we were a part of the Galt, because the north side was county and the side was city. Anyway, there's a well on the property. There's 3 dwellings. There's 2 single-house dwellings and a duplex. And I stopped the installation of my meter until I could get an answer from this, because I talked to the civil engineer, and he's not giving me a very good reason why he can't do what I think would be the best for us and for the city. And we have a water well on the property. And with the drought situation coming up, it's probably 67 years old when they first got on the property, had the well drilled. And it's in a location where it's going to be hard to repair for whatever. But since I'm hearing all this stuff going on about the city rates, I'm kind of wondering if I want to put one of those meters in. Maybe just drill a well, because I've been a water well drilling contractor for the state of California for 45 years and also installed water well pumps. And my question is on the one that goes to the house, because we live in the front house. There's a duplex on the east side, and the folks' home is in the rear. That when they put our meter in, they can put a bigger box and put a bullhead in there and put 2 meters. That would be, the second meter would be capped off. In case of emergency, we would be ready to hook that up to the folks' house in case the well goes dry. Like he's talking about that city wells are very good right now with us because they're very deep. The stratus that we're on is up higher because the well is shallower, so there's more of a chance of that well going out. I talked to the civil engineer, and he hasn't given me an answer, a good answer, other than not can't, but won't. And I've been in this business for 45 years, have a lot of field experience, and there's no reason that it can't be done because I've done this at the Stockton Airport, I've done this in several different jobs that I have done. So I basically would like to have an answer or a good reason of why he couldn't put the 2 meters in and be capped, because if it reads, we're not going to be able to steal water, because if it does, it's going to register. And if we could just put the 2 meters in there to where when we need to do what we have to do is cap in, because that's our responsibility anyway, that we would have that in there, save us a lot of time, and be better than having to tear up Ayers Lane, tap into the main, tear up our whole property to put the situation in when we could take it right from that meter and make it easier location, and plus be it when we're willing to pay for the meter and all that kind of thing. There's not a problem there. Just want it in there to have it so it's there when we need it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask you a question? Do you need the second meter because you think your well's going out? I'm not understanding.
Our well is 67 years old, and it's shallow.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a drought situation. I'm in the water well business. Some of these water wells in this area have dropped 30 feet in the shallower domestic wells where the stratas are higher. And yeah, we're just trying to be prepared for when it goes out. All we have to do, which we are expected to do anyway as the homeowners, to just tie into that. It's already there, and we could tie into it, hook that up to that.
In other words, tie what you're now supplying with your well, tie into the meter?
No, the well is just for that house that's in the rear. They're the only one using it. The duplex has a meter. There's 2 units in a duplex. That's why they call it a duplex.
Mm-hmm.
He's telling me he can't put 2 meters off of this one thing because it's a small 1-inch line, but it's handling 2 families now in the duplex. And also, coming from that 1-inch line, and after we tie into that meter and have to run it 250 to 300 feet, if we put a 2-inch line or 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches, we have the volume and the pressures there from the city all the time anyway. And I don't see any reason why they just can't put the meter in while they're doing that. We're willing to pay for it, save us $7,000 from tearing up the road, doing all that thing, and then still having to do it in that section or area that we are not going to be able to put it in anyway without tearing up a complete driveway, a bunch of different obstacles to go through. Whereas where the meter is in my place right in front, they'd be side by side. Ours is going to be hooked up because we're on the city anyway. And then this other one, when the well goes dry, which I'm expecting to this year, unless we get 25 inches of rain from now till next January, which I don't think is very likely, that we're probably going to run dry.
So you went to Public Works and asked them if you could do that?
Yes.
And they said no?
No.
Just no.
And I said, why? And he couldn't give me a reason. It took a long time. I'm 71 years old, got gray hair, and gained a little bit of wisdom, but I had to be young and stupid and naive, and I think that's what's going on in our engineering department. So he has not given me a decent reason that would satisfy mine that he can't do what he can do, because I've done it before as a contractor, 4 different locations, 4 different cities, for different entities, and I don't see why they can't do that. We're willing to pay for whatever part the why takes, just be a bigger box, wider box, and be blanked off. And if his system works, it shouldn't be charging us anything, because there will be no water going through that till we need it, and it will be there through that address.
So do we have his name and address on the...
I just want to ask a question. Was there a time when, or I don't know the answer to this, are wells allowed in town?
We weren't in the city when that well
Okay.
was drilled. We were county. The
Okay.
north side of Ayers Lane was county. I've been there for 35 years. My in-laws have been there for 67, and the well was there.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm thinking.
I didn't know what the
I would
answer
like
to
to
that
find
was.
out, because I have done wells in cities with a special permit, and if this price increase gets out of line like everybody's talking about, maybe it's better for me to forget about that and drill a new well.
Yeah.
So I would just like to have an answer on that whenever.
Okay, Mr. Hart.
Okay. Thank you.
We've got his information. Hey, even better.
Yeah, I think there are some solutions. We don't recommend meters sitting in a box not being used. They have batteries. We're now generating billing information, even if it's a zero read, we still have to deal with that. But I think the solution might be that we allow a larger box for a future meter, as long as all of these are on the same parcel.
It's all on the same.
You can't have the back parcel sold off separately and then water's coming from the front parcel. But what we recommend is that we stump things out.
That would be fine.
Willing to pay, put it in an oversized box, and wait until you need it to put the meter in.
That'd be
So we're
fine.
not got a 10-year-old meter that now suddenly is trying to come into use.
No,
There you go.
I agree with you. Take a step down.
All right, sir. Rhea Newell.
Rhea Newell.
Okay.
Oh, she did.
Okay. Moving on to consent. Item 5 was pulled by,
Me. And I just had one concern where it says we're taking money from the Marengo Road pedestrian path. Because I know that's an area that we're anxious to get pedestrian path in, so I'm wondering, is this going to cause a delay in that happening?
My understanding is with the issue with the pedestrian path of actually constructing it is we didn't have the right of way. There is a private development project that is in the process of moving forward, is my understanding, and since it's moving forward, they're required to dedicate the right of way and actually do their frontage improvements, and so those improvements would be put in. That's why the money was taken from that location, or part of the money.
And that is what for sure. It's not going to, there's not going to be anything to delay the developer to put in that pedestrian path?
When the developer comes in with actually his improvements, that's what he has to put in, and it'll be full improvements, it won't be a path. It'll be curb gutter and sidewalk and street improvements.
Okay, but was this money set aside for us to move forward?
Initially, the money was set aside so that we could potentially do some additional evaluation and potentially submit it for a Safe Routes to School application. Our issue with moving forward was not having the right of way, because we cannot use Safe Routes to School money in an application if we actually receive it on private property to do that. That was the stumbling block that we were running into.
So we could go ahead and put the path in now if we wanted to. That's what this money is for.
Well, the money is only to do a study. We don't have enough money to actually build anything. It was to do the analysis, the engineering, and then we could apply for a grant that maybe we would receive. And then if we got the money, then we could build it. And so we're recommending taking some money out of that design. It's a River Oaks Elliott project. This is a condition of his project to build the pathway over there. It's not the current phase, but I think the next phase? Yeah, so.
Okay, my concern was, I know that area is so dangerous for those kids walking along the road with no sidewalks, but it doesn't sound like this would be a problem, or would not make it happen.
Money to build anything
Yeah,
anyway.
okay. That was my only question on that. If no one else has a question, I'd move the item.
Motion.
Or
Wait a
item.
second. Motion by Vice Mayor Payne, second by Councilmember Campion. Call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer?
Aye.
Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers?
Aye.
Mayor Cruz?
Aye. Item number 6.
So I pulled this item first because I had some concerns. So on one of the One of the parts of this was to authorize the city manager to approve similar requests in this event in subsequent years. If events grow and become successful, I have a couple questions. One, how many festivals are we funding like this and or co-sponsoring that we're putting forth money towards and events for? And then subsequent years, the taxpayers don't know that the city's spending money on these events. So I have a problem with the continuing to allow it just to go on into perpetuity. So that was my concern about the community character. And I guess I have a question for staff on how many of these kind of events. I mean, probably don't know how many we're doing, but this is the first time that I've seen this kind of request. So are there other events, I mean, like extravaganza, and my understanding is the Strawberry Festival. I mean, how many festivals are we providing support for or co-sponsoring? Do we have any idea?
I don't know how many, but the ones you listed are certainly ones. The council a year ago agreed to waive fees on the, typically we don't give money, but we do provide in-kind services for our staff, for porta potties or things like that. And that's typically the way we sponsor different things.
Sure.
So extravaganza, Strawberry Festival, this event, I think there's been a few other shop local events in the past that we've sponsored or supported. I can't think of any other ones off the top of my head.
I guess my concern is that we never receive any reporting back regarding those events. And if the city, if we're spending taxpayers' money, authorizing taxpayers' money to be spent on those events, there needs to be some sort of accounting back to us regarding those events.
That could be a requirement that in order to provide the sponsorship, that the group has to come back to the council after the event and provide a reporting of the event, how it was spent, the money, if there was surplus or a profit made on the event.
If events grow and they become successful, does that mean that the city should continue to sponsor those events unknown to us where that money goes? I mean, if events, I understand this event is very small. There's probably not going to be any money generated. It's just raised a concern for me about the thought in general about where, when we sponsor these events, where that money goes and how it benefits the city. And we pick some groups to sponsor events on, and then we don't sponsor events on other groups. So that was my concern, and I would move to remove the allowing the city manager to approve similar requests in subsequent years. Otherwise, yeah.
I personally, as a member of the Galt Community of Character Coalition, can speak to that unless, Sue, did you want to speak?
I really don't know what to say. This event does not generate any money. We've had other events in the past.
Hey, Sue, you're probably going to
Go
have
ahead,
to
Sue.
the... we want to record you.
I don't think I can't even walk up there after sitting for 3 hours. Sorry about that. The city has sponsored other events that I've been involved with. Diversity Day, for example, we had 2 Diversity Days, and now we're asking for this Heritage Festival. And then I think there are others that you've mentioned, Jason, that I haven't been personally involved in, but I know that the city has helped sponsor. What can I say about this other than I hope it'll be a big event rather than a little event. I think it'll bring, it should bring a lot of people to this city, and so I think there'll be some benefits to some of the businesses here and so on and so forth. In addition to celebrating our heritage and our history, and some of the different folks and groups that have been involved in developing Galt and helping Galt grow and so on and so forth. So I really, I don't, Jason, later approval is fine. And if we can't have that, then we can come back. But I think we're planning to repeat this.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it, I absolutely think that this, event is beneficial. And I think events and festivals are beneficial to the city in general. My concern is that we don't get an accounting back. I am, as a council member, very unsure about how many events we're sponsoring and that we're co-sponsoring, because when there's statements in here that it just goes to the city manager, I guess my concern is how is that budgeted? I assume it's coming out of Parks and Rec. I don't even know where that's being budgeted out of. Because there is a cost, regardless of whether we're actually getting them money, which I know we're not. We are covering insurance. This request covers insurance. It recovers toilets. There is a cost, and 2 staff members for the day. So there is a cost, and it wasn't that I have a problem with festivals, because I think festivals are beneficial. I just think that as a citizen and as a council member, I want to know when we're sponsoring these things and what it entails. And some sort of reporting.
Outside and cut you
No,
off.
it's okay.
And I think that I agree with that. I just think as these requests come, that we see them and decide on them, I think we should support, like you said, some of these, not continue to support them if they get bigger and they can sponsor, because, but the city doing something to make an event come here, and when a lot of the events come, we do get money and things going. So I think,
It benefits businesses, it
Right.
benefits the community, and
Right.
I
But
understand that. But if an event grows and becomes a large
That's
event,
correct.
it can become self-sustaining, and why would we continue to provide sponsorship or financial on something that can self-support itself?
you're right, so you cut that off, and I think that's great, and I think as they come, we should decide on them.
Okay, with that in mind then, things like lighting of the night, from now on, you're gonna have to bring it to council for every time we need something.
So I can tell you a little bit of background and why staff, Armando brought this forward with that recommendation. And it's basically a time, I think, saver for staff. Every time we get requests, we don't have to come back and do a staff report and so on. The thought was, and the council can disagree with this, that if the council likes an event, they approve the event, they are okay with the level of expenditure, so porta potty, insurance, this, as long as the request was similar for the next year, that the council could authorize that would just be an ongoing thing. And so it was really just a cost savings or staff saving recommendation. If the council wants it to come back on an annual basis, we can absolutely do that.
But Mr. Berman, when do we decide that something does come back to us? Let's say the organization or the event has become self-sustaining. So at what point could, if an organization is running an event and they can continue to come to the city for funding of that event or assistance with that event, at what point do you as the city manager say, okay, this needs to go back to the council because this event has become self-sustaining? We never know when those events can, I am all for providing, assistance and seed money to have events happen, because I think that that's how things work. Extravaganza is a perfect example of events that started out very small and has become very successful. I know the city provides support to the Strawberry Festival. The Strawberry Festival has become pretty successful. We're continuing to provide support to them, is my understanding, even though we're not listed as a sponsor. Which is the other thing. I think if we're providing support to events, that needs to be recognized by the organizations that we're providing support to. I guess that's kind of my question. And just because I'm not singling out this one, it just happens to be this one that's the first event that's come before me since I've been on the council. The other events must have just been approved in a different way because they didn't come before us for any sort of approval.
Yeah, some of the events in the past have been approved, like this one is recommended, which is as long as it's similar event, similar request, that council's given staff the ability to just approve those events and that level of support and sponsorship. And we've never had direction or criteria from the council that says once an event becomes self-sustaining, for example, that we need to reevaluate that, because some of the events at the time the council approved them, as you noted, are already self-sustaining.
Yeah.
The Strawberry Festival, for example, that already makes money, and so if the council wants that as a criteria, that at some point, if the event reaches where it's self-sustaining, that we reconsider that and bring that back, we can certainly do that. It just hasn't been a criteria that's been established yet.
Bonnie, you had a comment?
I did, and I understand council member Hewer's concern with that, but outside of that, just because we've had committee member sitting here this whole time watching everything else. I just kind of wanted to put a positive note on this. This committee started, if this is going to highlight the city, as much as possibly the 4th of July celebration and that type of thing. It's also, the main sponsor is a committee of the city. So it kind of already was the city, maybe, the Character Coalition is part of the city. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. But this is going to be an exciting thing. We're really hoping that everyone can get excited and get there. We have a lot of things planned, historical tours of the city. This is something that, I have a 4th grader who, I know I haven't done this, but I know if I ask him, tell me something about Galt, he'll probably say, well, I played soccer, or I play, they don't know the history. They get a little bit, but I think we've kind of lost our roots, myself included, and so we want to bring that passion back into Galt and, bring it home so we can invite our neighbors down, and we're kind of trying to mirror some very successful events. So, and I don't know that we really want this to make money, ever, because we want it to be affordable for the the community to come in and celebrate our combined heritage here, and once we move in and everything. So I totally understand where you're going politically.
Sometimes things generate money. I mean, I understand you don't want to make money, but sometimes things become self-sustaining.
Right.
And do we continue to spend, I'm just
I
asking the
understand
question, do we continue to spend money on things that are self-sustaining when maybe that money is needed elsewhere as a taxpayer, as a city trying to balance its budget? Where do you think about?
You're right, and I totally get that. But like I said, because we've all been sitting here, I kind of went, oh. I mean, I understand that's important too, but I kind of went, oh no, this was exciting. So I just want to put that excitement back in there for everybody. Please come, because we have some people that are you're gonna be able to put in your name, and you can tell you if you're related to George Washington, or maybe John McFarland, for goodness sake, who knows, So it'll be exciting.
Oh. And I just have to say one more thing. The thing that has driven this, and even having this, is because the city got the grant to revitalize Harvey Park and put in the community garden. So this is really a celebration of the completion, we hope, Steve, of the playground equipment that's going in there. The garden is going to happen Friday. The community garden is happening Friday. We'll be working there all day. So what is driving this is a city event, and that is the revitalization of Harvey Park. And, we just want to celebrate that we're going to be able to revitalize that whole area with our garden and with the equipment. And it's a celebration of what the city is doing, is what I'm trying to say. But we're doing all the work.
Can I say one more thing too? I can understand your concern. And I think any event that does generate money, that some of that should come back to the city. There was never an intention in this event to generate any money, period. And I don't think that's ever been even discussed. So, yeah, we have a budget, and we're out asking sponsors to different levels to give us money, and we're going to give them some advertisements and that kind of thing, but whether we achieve that budget or not, I don't know. We're going to try.
No, and I absolutely understand that, and I think it's a wonderful idea. I think I hope that it's successful. I mean, we all will support that and it being successful. But it's just that so I would move that we approve it, and that we approve the potential cost listed. But I would. Anyway, I'll move to approve it. I just wanted, I guess, at some point in my comments, I'll ask for what I want.
I just want to say one funny thing.
There are events, as you said,
Right.
that are being very successful, that we're continuing to bear cost.
The 4th of July concert that the city puts on, we have to go out and get $10,000 worth of sponsors. I mean, and so that's what the kind of funny thing is too. The city's putting on one, but from day one, we had to pay for it ourselves. So there's other ones that work opposite ways too that you kind of wonder. I mean, personally, I think if the city's putting it on,
But we don't have a blank check.
We don't. That's true.
Well, and we are getting sponsors also.
Yeah,
to
that's
help
what I'm
cover the
saying.
cost. And I think the Winter Bird Festival has, or
They do
pretty
the
much
same
does
thing.
yeah.
Okay. So, motion is by Councilmember Hewitt. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Powers. Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer? Aye. Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers?
Aye.
Mayor Cruz?
Aye, unanimous. Item number 7. Councilman
You
Payne?
want to read it?
Approve the recommended changes to compensation for positions of police chief and police lieutenant.
Okay, I have a problem with this particular increase in salary, because the way I understand it, it's based on the fact that the police officers who are in a union, and they were working below the median in the survey, and the survey is something that the city uses to gauge, to see if we're competitive with what other cities are paying. So we gave, in negotiations, we voted to give the police officers a 6% increase to bring them up to the median that we look at the other cities are paying. And because we did that, now we're looking at raising the lieutenant and the chief's salary the same amount. And the reasoning behind that is because we gave the increase to the police officers, and so now we need to be sure that there's enough difference between the police officers' pay and the lieutenants. And to me, that's not a viable reason to increase our costs. And, you know, one of the things that I think we have to at some point start considering is I'm going to call it our future unfunded liabilities. And I know this is a small amount, but one of the reasons that it makes it a little bit easier for me to bring that up at this point is because the lieutenants and the chief, according to the survey that we use as a tool, is already being paid 6% above the median, the tool that we use to decide what we should be paying. The other point that I have that bothers me is that it will be paid out of Measure R funds. And we're saying it's because it will help us retain and sustain our lieutenants.
Correct. Retention and recruitment.
Yeah, what did I say?
You said retain and sustain.
Oh, okay. And I'm saying that that's really not a good reason to be using the Measure R money, because we're already paying above the median that other cities are paying. So I would not necessarily think that we would be needing to do this in order to recruit possibly lieutenants in the future, or to retain the ones that we have. So that's the reason that I have a problem in supporting this increase for the lieutenants and the chief. Sorry, but that's a concern I have, that at some point cities are going to have to worry about where they're going to get the revenue to pay all of these future liabilities, and I think you have to start somewhere, and unfortunately I'm starting here.
So, in a police department our size, I think that we expect our lieutenants who do not earn overtime, unlike our sergeants or officers who have the ability to earn overtime. Our lieutenants and our chief are salaried employees, and we expect them to work long hours. We expect them to, and primarily they're still police officers. And even though they're in the management positions of the police department, I think we need to support, they need to get the same compensation as our police officers, as our union employees got. in our police department, because of the size of our police department, we expect them to, when you compare them to lieutenants in different departments, I think that they oftentimes are working at a higher capacity. We expect them to act as the captain or the person, you know, they're on duty, they have to take control of the situation, and they might be expected to stay very long hours. So I actually would recommend, I would actually make a motion to accept, to approve the recommended changes to compensation for the positions of police chief and police lieutenant.
I second the motion.
A motion by Councilmember Hewer, a second by Councilmember Powers. Any further discussion?
I would just like to add one thing then, since you asked. One of the things I wanted to mention that the lieutenants get something called administrative leave, which according to our personnel manual is in lieu of overtime.
Okay, I just want to add one more thing too then. I want to add that, yes, I don't truly believe that, I believe that when people voted for Measure R, that they think that first and foremost, the police department are the ones that we, you know, I'm not going to say nobody else is important, but I'm going to say that they're very, very important to the community, and keeping them and retaining them is important. And so that's why I agree with Lori on all of the things that she said, and believe that the Measure R money is for that. So we have a difference of and which we're all allowed to have, a difference of, what's the word?
Opinion.
Well, not opinions, but
Judgment.
the way we look at things, is what I'm trying to say.
And we are going to be going out and recruiting a police chief, and we
Right.
need to have salaries that are competitive. And my hope is, I mean, we welcome Chief Drummond, we look for his leadership, but I want to know that when we go out and find a police chief, that we're finding the best police chief that's available.
And we have to.
You have to compensate people for that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor in a second. Can I call for the vote, please?
Vice Mayor Payne?
No.
Councilmember Hewer?
Yes.
Councilmember Campion?
No.
Councilmember Powers?
Yes.
Mayor Cruz?
No.
And I think, you know, everybody's kind of said their piece on two sides of this. I look at it, I don't see that there's a problem with Measure R, the use of those funds, because I think you have to maintain your salaries at a level that are attractive and that we are competitive. I don't know that this proposal, as submitted, is necessary for the purposes of what it was designed, and that was to avoid compaction in salaries. I don't see the compaction in this case. It may be an issue in the future, and so I believe that they are management, and they should be treated like all other management, mid-management, and unrepresented. I think they are entitled to a raise. I think that raise should be like all other employees got, which was retroactive back to July 1. I believe it was 2%. And that they would be subject to the increase that's proposed July 1 of this year. So I would make that in the form of a motion.
Okay, I got to say one thing there too then. All employees did not just get a 2% raise. For whatever reasons, the police did get another 4% or 6% raise. So we can't say across the board.
It's a COLA, cost of living adjustment.
Okay, but.
Okay, so a motion by
So
Councilmember
that's,
Campion.
You're suggesting a COLA retroactive to July 1, 2014.
Like all other unrepresented, that's correct.
That's 2%, and another 1.8% effective July 1, 2015.
Correct.
What about the change to longevity pay?
That would be, the change in longevity pay, I would agree with. But the rest of it, no. So effectively, they would follow the unrepresented compensation, at least on COLAs.
So so in the last negotiations or the last raises that were given, unrepresented employees received only the COLA? Is that what I'm understanding? Because I wasn't here at that time.
I would defer to staff.
So if with your permission, if I
Sure.
could just kind of summarize what I think I heard is the motion would be to revise management, mid-management salary schedules, reflecting a 2% increase in salary, including a one-time retroactive payment effective to July 1, 2014, to incumbents in the position, change to longevity pay, and cost of living adjustments effective July 1, 2015 and 2016.
If that's consistent with what has been approved in the unrepresented,
That is,
unrepresented,
that is consistent.
that would be the same.
So I still have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Campion.
I'll second.
I have a second by Vice Mayor Payne. Call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Powers.
Well, I'm gonna have to say aye, or they get nothing. And
Mayor
they
Payne.
don't get nothing.
Aye. Unanimous. On to item number 8. To be honest with you, I don't know who pulled this one.
Is that on personnel?
Yes, personnel manual.
I think we did.
Okay.
I just want to, I just want to bring it back. I haven't had a chance to look at it, and I know that, I keep getting the wrong word in here, but it's been given out to the unions and the others, but, they okayed it, and they were given an email copy of it, but I don't really think they've had a chance to look at it. So I want to make sure that they've really gotten to see it, and I want to look at it some more myself. I didn't get a good chance to look at it.
Well, I only had a question that I wanted cleared up. And I can ask that question, or we can consider your request to continue it. Is that what you're asking?
I'd like to request to continue it for 2 weeks.
Motion?
I move to continue it for 2 weeks.
I know it's late. Motion to continue by Councilmember Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by
I have
Councilmember
a
Hughes.
question. I know it says here that there was a meet and confer process with the, all the labor groups. Were there any comments or anything specific? Did they raise any issues with the proposed changes?
Paula?
We did meet with, we didn't meet with GPOA, but we, shared all the information with them, and they chose not to meet, and they were good with all of the changes. There were a few questions, concerns, but those are, the GPSU concerns have been implemented, or, put into the version that you're looking at. There were a couple of questions, concerns, but we've clarified everything. We've heard from all of the unions as of today that they, the ladies that they're fine with what we're recommending.
But they really didn't have a good chance to look at it, because they said so yesterday that they were okay with it, and they got the same red line stuff that I just think that
they've had from at least 4 to 7 weeks to look at it.
I need 2 more, I'm sorry.
But it is, I understand that it is a lot of information to
It won't
review.
adversely affect things, will it?
No, I won't be here at this meeting in 2 weeks, so I don't know if that would make a difference, but Jason and Steve can certainly answer any questions you have.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? You were second. Okay, call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer. Aye. Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Powers.
Aye.
Mayor Cruz.
Aye. Remaining consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay.
Okay, I have moved by
Second.
Hewer, second by Campion. Call for the vote, please.
Did we want her to read what they were? Do you want to read what the 4
Go
are?
for it.
Minutes of the regular meeting of April 7th, 2015. City of Galt warrants. Treasurer's report for period ending February 2015. And the capital improvement program status update, January 1st, 2015 to March 31st, 2015.
And call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer. Aye. Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Powers.
Aye.
Mayor Cruz.
Aye. Item J1, Councilmember Campion, I understand you want to continue this?
I did, though. I don't know whether staff wanted to go over anything at this point.
How long is it going to have you?
We are ready to do so, but I will,
You got less than 30 minutes.
I'd make a motion to continue. I second.
if I may real quick, to which date? Would it be, if it's to the next meeting, we would need to have, comments in by the end of this week, or should we continue to, June 2nd?
What's your pleasure?
What would be the next day?
The next date would be 2 weeks from now.
Right.
But to get the staff report prepared, I would need to have comments in by the end of this week.
I won't be done. So maybe,
June 2nd?
if the council doesn't mind, and I apologize, but, had a lot going on.
So we can
However, though, before we continue this, I think maybe we should let members of the public, because they've been waiting here to talk on this, so I think we should at least hear them.
Have a public hearing.
It's
That's
late.
bedtime.
I think it's actually the latest one we've had.
You know, you're talking old man here, you may have
Council, like to talk on this just a little bit because it concerns me down here in the landscape. As you know, we got a new subdivision coming online, and I'm concerned about not only the landscaping out in front of on East Stockton Boulevard, but also the houses themselves, what we're going to do, because I don't want to get down the line and all of a sudden we start changing what we're going to do. We're going to have rocks and imitation grass, or we're going to have grass, or we're going to have drip, or whatever. So I think it's really important as we go through this that we make sure what we're going to, not only our subdivision, but any subdivision here in the next 3 to 5 years, because like I say, I don't think the drough's over myself. I think we got a long haul.
I think you're right.
And so to do that though, I want to make sure that when we start into this, that where the information is going to come from and who's going to make the decisions on what we are going to do for the front lawns that are required by the city of Galt, and also that landscaping, especially in our situation out on East Stockton Boulevard. That's all I'd like to make sure.
Mr. Guthridge, have you reviewed this yourself?
Oh, I reviewed these 15 words here on this little piece.
Oh, 15 words. So you don't know what's in it either?
No.
Okay.
You should get a copy.
Think that'd be wise? I think it's good. Okay. I'll do that at, well, anyway, I gotta go.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, so I have, do you have anything to add to this before we go any further? We've got a motion by Councilmember Hewer.
Do you have any more public hearings?
Do you have any further public comment? I don't think so. Do I have a second? Howard second, okay. Does the second work?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's written in stone.
yeah, well, right.
Call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne?
No.
Councilmember Hewer?
Aye.
Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers?
Aye.
Mayor Cruz?
Aye. But it is written in stone, right?
Nothing's written in stone.
All right, moving on. See if we can beat this timeline.
Oh, there's more?
Oh, there's more. City Manager's Office, letter of support for Delta College North County Education Center on Liberty Road property.
All right, I will keep this short. I know the council is very aware of this project and has previously indicated its support. Staff has been closely monitoring this. I know the council has been participating in the process. But for members of the public, there's a proposal to construct a North County Education Center somewhere between Lodi and Galt with Liberty. The Delta College currently owns 140-acre property just south of the city limits along Liberty Road. They're currently undertaking a feasibility study. They've also gone through an RFQ process to evaluate alternative sites. They received 4 proposals in the Lodi area, and so at this point they're going through their due diligence on those sites, comparing it against the Liberty Road site. City of Galt obviously would prefer them to the college campus be located adjacent to the City of Galt on the Liberty Road site. And to that end, we've been meeting with council members in the CAS committee. Recently there's a group that's been formed, a grassroots effort called Galt Coalition for Delta College. They had a meeting just a few days, maybe yesterday.
Last night.
Last night. And so this, I think, is one of the next steps is to provide a letter of support from the Galt City Council to the Delta College president and president of their board and directors, indicating the City of Galt's enthusiastic support for the location of the college campus at the Liberty Road site. A lot of different reasons why we feel the site is a perfect location that's articulated in the attached letter. So at this time, staff recommends that the council approve the letter that's attached from the City of Galt to Delta College regarding the North County Education Center at the Liberty Road site. Happy to make any modifications if the council would like to on the attached letter. Otherwise, we will get signatures from all the council members and get that off as soon as we can. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments?
Move to approve.
Have a motion by Councilmember Powers, second by Councilmember.
Very good letter, too.
Yeah, very good.
Yes. Call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne? Aye. Councilmember Hewer?
Aye.
Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers?
Aye.
Mayor Cruz?
Aye. Item number 3, Fulton Rancheria Memorandum of Understanding regarding the negotiating process and letter of intent.
This is a joint report from me and the city attorney, but I will be very brief. Council's aware that Wilton Rancheria is proposing a casino site just north of the city limits within the city's sphere of influence, north of Twin Cities, south of Mingo Road. We've started discussions with them. We're in the process of evaluating the environmental impact statement that's being prepared by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Through this process, we have negotiated an MOU with the tribe regarding the negotiation process as well as a letter of intent. The main purpose for that is, one, to get reimbursed from the tribe for the city's costs associated with evaluating, reviewing the EIS. There's consultants that the city has hired, a lot of staff time going into this, and we feel strongly, and the tribe agrees, that the city should be reimbursed for those costs. And so this MOU would allow for reimbursement of those both consulting costs as well as staff time to do that. It also articulates through this letter of intent the city's desire to enter into negotiations with the tribe, and that to fully understand what those impacts are going to be and mitigate, make sure that any impacts are fully mitigated through an MOU or through a future agreement that the city would have with the tribe. And so there's no commitment on the part of the city through this that we would eventually support or endorse the casino, but that we would work cooperatively to evaluate and then come back with recommendations and for the city council at a future date. So the recommendation is that the council adopt a resolution authorizing the execution of the MOU regarding the negotiation process with Wilton Rancheria and authorizing the execution of a letter of intent. Happy to answer any questions.
So, motion by Vice Mayor Payne, second by Councilor Hewer. Boy, you get a chance to ask a question. Call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer? Aye. Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers? Aye. Mayor Cruz?
Aye. We're on the home stretch, kids. Gun range facility use agreement with California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
All right, I'm moving. We'll keep on the roll. Okay, so this is a long time coming agreement that we've had. We've had an agreement with CDCR for many years, their use of the range for their cadets and staff and others to go through and use the existing range, which is a small 50-yard range. Later on the agenda, shortly after this, you'll see the proposal or the construction contract to build 3 new 100-yard ranges to meet the growing needs of the city as well as CDCR and other law enforcement users in the area. In order to finance that large expansion, we needed to get this agreement in place. This agreement will provide funding that will allow us to construct the project. I'll give you a brief summary of the key points of the contract or the lease. It would be annual lease payments from CDCR to the city in the amount of $300,000. The current agreement is for $70,000 a year. So it's a significant increase and it reflects the large expansion of the range. It's for a 3-year term with 2 one-year extension options. The city will be working towards getting the range constructed by September 1. If we do, then we'll receive the full lease revenue in that first year. If we complete it after that, then there will be a prorated reduction based on the old $70,000 lease amount. CDCR would have scheduling priority for the new 3 100-yard ranges. The city would be able to use those ranges when not specifically reserved for use by the CDCR. The city would retain use of the existing 50-yard range, and if we weren't using it, then CDCR could use it at times that the city was not either leasing it or using it for its own purposes. So it will allow us additional time to potentially get additional revenue from leasing out the existing range or leasing out the 3 100-yard ranges as well. City does have, or CDCR does have the right to terminate the agreement with 30 days they notice, and that is a standard term with the state. It's one that they will not negotiate away from. We feel that it's a small risk, even though it is a risk, because one, we're right across the street from the CDCR training facility. There are not a lot of other options for them, and we've been working with them on this. Even during the worst economic recession of the state, they didn't cancel the existing lease, even though they had the same 30-day cancellation option, so we don't feel like it's something that they're going to be looking to do. The city will retain 100% of any other revenues the city receives from the use of either the 50 or the 100-yard range. So financial impact is, through the 3-year term of the lease agreement, would generate about $900,000 in revenue. If the 2-year extension options are generated, that's an additional $600,000. So over the course of the 5 years, it would generate about $1.5 million in revenue for the city that could then be used for either future expansion of the range or any other projects that the city sees fit to use it for. Now, I do need to bring something to your attention. We've got the deal points worked out with CDCR, but there's still some minor language tweaks that's being done at the state level. So we were hoping to have a signed agreement for you tonight. I heard back from them earlier today or yesterday afternoon that would not be possible. I'm hoping to get the city attorneys on the phone later this week to work those out. Our recommendation, and it's included in the staff report and in the resolution, is that the council approve the agreement in the substantial form as presented here, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement once the agreement is finalized. If there's any substantive changes, lease amount, term, any of those, indemnification, any of the key terms, then we would bring that back to the city council. But if it was signed in accordance with what's presented to you tonight, if the final contract was very similar to what's being presented here tonight, then we would go ahead and move forward with the execution of that. And again, if there was any substantive changes to the agreement, then we would bring that back to the council at a future meeting. And later, maybe the next staff report, we're going to talk about the construction contract, and there's going to be similar terms where we're going to recommend that the council not approve that they approve the contract, but contingent on receiving the agreement with CDCR, because that's the funding source. And so we don't want to approve the contract to construct it unless we have the funding agreement in place and secured. And so the way it would work is council authorize it tonight, both agreements. We would finalize the contract with CDCR, then we would execute the contract for the construction, and then we would go. And the reason we don't want to push it off another 2 weeks is because it's time sensitive with the construction of the range. The contractor's ready to go, and we think we can get the deal hammered out in the next, hopefully by the end of this week, maybe early next week, without any substantive changes that will not change the overall deal points that are being presented tonight. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving the gun range facility use agreement with CDCR for its use of the city-owned range in the amount of $300,000 annually, and approve the budget change increasing the fiscal year 15-16 gun range lease revenue by $230,000. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? Yeah, a couple questions.
Why are they willing to pay such an increase in rent?
They're paying a lot of money right now to go further out.
Okay,
and
so this is an offset.
Yeah, they're gonna. I mean, it's gonna be. I don't know if it's gonna save them money, but it's gonna prevent them from having to travel further distance, so they can basically spend the same amount of money but have it much closer. So it makes sense for them, and obviously it makes sense for us.
Their students are going to spend more time on the range instead of traveling.
Right.
I did have a question under item number 7 of Exhibit A. In the second and in the third paragraph, it says, upon completion of the expansion, city shall have unlimited right to use or lease the 50-yard range. Why would we end up having to lease it?
So we can lease it to others.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. So if we want to lease it to Elk Grove or somebody. We can do
Okay,
that
no, I
with
get
water.
you, I get you. It did make sense to me.
Or short-term lease with Boy Scouts of America.
And so this agreement is also draft? This is a draft agreement at this point? Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, do the motion.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Payne, second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hewitt. Did you have something?
I was just going to say that includes the caveat which the city manager mentioned regarding substantive changes.
Call for the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne. Aye. Councilmember Hewitt. Aye. Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Powers. Aye. Mayor Cruz.
Aye. We're going to give you a break. Chief Drummond, you're up. Award of contract for false alarm management services.
Lieutenant Brian Bazuzzi will be presenting.
Standing in for the chief. Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. For members of the audience, my name is Brian Bazuzzi. I'm the lieutenant with the police department. I'm here before you tonight asking you to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract for false alarm management services with PM-AM Corporation. Not AM-PM, but PM-AM Corporation. I'll try to make this brief tonight, but we determined that the police department responded to 779 alarms last year, and 92% of those were false alarms. 717 of them were false. The staff time involved in responding to a false alarm is about 20 to 30 minutes by the time we travel, by the time we wait for a responsible, by the time we check the building. There's usually 2 officers involved and a dispatcher. We did a study and we determined about 353 hours, the cost of the city of about $26,000. And that time could be better spent, patrolling our parks and patrolling our residential and business districts. We found that several of these false alarms were chronic false alarm locations, businesses, schools, residences, and we had no way to get them to call their alarm company and fix the problem. We kept responding back and back and back and back again, which created a false sense of security for our officers. If 92% of the alarms are false, a lot of times they're canceling their backup, and we don't want them canceling their backup. So we looked around at best practices, and we determined that a lot of cities are moving away from hiring staff to manage the false alarm process. Permitting, very time-consuming, collecting fees on false alarms if we choose to do that, again, a very time-consuming effort. So the best practice is contracting for services with a revenue-sharing agreement. We released in January an RFP for false alarm contracting services. We had 2 responses, Tri-Wolf and PM-AM. We had 4 of our staff members evaluate the 2 companies, and based on that evaluation, we chose PM-AM for several reasons: customer service, and the other company, Tri-Wolf, was more concerned about revenue, and we're focused on trying to fix and give people warnings and educate people on how to fix their alarms so they don't have false alarms. And the revenue sharing agreement was much more cost effective for the city with PM-AM. We plan on bringing back an ordinance, and the company PM-AM will actually help us create an ordinance. So we'll be bringing that forward if you approve the contract in the near future. And I can answer any questions.
Questions, Council?
Go ahead. I do, and first of all, I want to apologize for all my false alarms. And I did learn how to bypass the zone that does it, so you can learn from your company. How much do we charge don't the police department charge people for having an alarm?
No.
We used to. Didn't we take like $5 or something? What a joke.
Yeah, we did. We used to. In 2009, we repealed the ordinance, and I looked up the staff report, and Chief Catalico back at the time cited that we didn't have staff available to do that. It was becoming very burdensome on staff members to do that. So
they weren't responding to the alarms?
Oh, yeah, they were responding, so they just didn't charge.
We just were not charging.
Oh, I see.
We weren't charging people. So we're not charging people now. The problem also is we're not getting permits. So the problem is, in the middle of the night, we're out of business, and maybe we do find a broken window. We have no way of getting hold of the owner of the business via cell phone or via an address to go to. So we end up calling Public Works to board up the building. It just creates a lot of extra time and work for us. So we want to know who the responsibles are so we can call them quickly, because most of the time they're not home when we respond. So we think that this will be a cost-effective tool that we can use.
So the ordinance they're going to bring back, I assume, I know we're going to get it, but will it have charging again for alarms and?
It will, and I've
and
talked
for
to the
false
mayor
alarms?
and the city attorney. We can. It's up to us and how we craft the ordinance. A lot of cities will not charge for the permit. They'll only charge for us responding to the location, and if they don't have our permit, they would get a charge. The other thing is a lot of cities have one freebie on an alarm. On the second one, you could attend kind of like traffic school. It's an alarm school that you can do on your computer, and it basically goes over the steps to prevent false alarms. And on the third event, there would be some type of a fee that we would adopt.
Okay.
In the ordinance.
Thank you.
So the police will still respond to the alarm,
Yes.
and this company will be in charge of following up with the homeowner and educating them, or property
Yes.
owner, educating them, and they're going to help you draft an ordinance. I mean, is that what I'm understanding, that they would
Yes.
bring back to us?
Yes.
Having people register their alarms?
They will do everything from, and they'll get information from our CAD RMS system. So they will, yes, they will contact the false alarm addresses. They will send them a letter. They will get information, and they will also send CDs out free of charge to the police department. There's no upfront cost. There's no out-of-pocket cost to the city in educating people to take care of their alarms.
But their revenue is going to be generated by the 23% in which people would be, false alarms would be charged.
And we set the cost on that. It's not something that they will do. We'll set, what type of a fee we want to charge people when they don't fix their alarms.
Yeah, that's nice.
So I would assume they're making the assumption that we're going to have enough false alarms for them to generate revenue.
Yes, they work with a lot of California cities, and they've looked at our population and the number of false alarms, and they want to do business with us.
717 false alarms.
What?
717 false alarms.
Is there any, and I didn't read through the entire contract, but it appears, okay, if we approve this, we've approved a 3-year contract, in that we will be implementing this program if we approve it tonight. Am I reading that correctly?
No, actually, I've worked with the city attorney, and there's no cost or liability to the city if we choose not to move forward with an ordinance.
So there's a replacement page number 1 to the contract that was handed out this evening to the council.
Oh.
And in the introductory paragraph, it provides that the contract will only be effective when we adopt the alarm ordinance.
Oh, okay.
At any time prior to that effective date, or when you adopt that ordinance, the city can terminate the contract without any liability.
Okay. Yeah, that makes me feel much better, because I suspect that the ordinance will have the rates either in it or as an attachment as a resolution or something?
That's correct. It'll be probably as a companion, the resolution to the ordinance, but if for whatever reason the ordinance comes forward and you don't like the program, you don't have to adopt the ordinance, and the contract never goes into effect.
Move for approval.
Oh, second. Oh.
Motion by Councilor Campion. Hold on a second. Second by Councilor Powers. Okay, you had a question.
I have a discussion question. Did we get any references on this company from
We
the
did,
other?
we did. We got several references, and during the evaluation RFP process, we called references with both companies, and we got all positive information from the CMAM company.
And no problems, no complaints from service or anything?
No.
Okay.
Okay, motion second, call for vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer? Aye. Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers?
Aye.
Mayor Cruz?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. Last item, approval of environmental documents and award of contracts for the Galt Firing Range Phase 1 project.
Deputy Director Owens will make a brief presentation for you on this.
Very briefly, the firing range. Okay, the firing range project was rebid in March. We received 5 bids. The lowest bid was received by Robert Burns Construction, who is deemed to be a responsive bidder. We are proposing choosing Somas for our construction management services, and they were chosen through the city's on-call contract. The funding for the project is through CDCR, and as addressed earlier tonight, the agreement with CDCR is not 100% finalized, but you gave authorization to the city manager to execute the agreement if it's within substantial compliance. There was a resolution that was handed out earlier tonight that basically the resolution modifies the previous resolution to authorize to have City Council authorize the city manager to execute both the construction contract with Robert Burns and Somas after the execution of the agreement with CDCR. Additionally, the staff report also recommends the approval of the environmental document and the mitigation and monitoring reporting program. And that concludes my presentation.
Discussion? Motion.
Well, I think I'm still, okay.
I just had a quick question. Glenn,
Trying to read it.
on the mitigation costs for land acquisition and Swenson Hawk, that is in addition to, that's not included in this summary of the 1.1, correct?
No, let's see.
If I'm reading that correctly.
Okay. Sorry.
You have...
Okay, if you go to page 4 of the staff report.
4 or 5, yeah.
The 1.1, no.
You're correct.
Yeah, you are correct.
1.1 is construction plus contingency, and these other costs would be out-year costs.
Right.
But
okay.
the reason why it's not included is because the mitigation and the land costs are in year 5, and so we don't need to borrow the money until we get to that point, because otherwise, so for the mitigation, it's the land bank that we have for Swenson Hawk, and the land cost, it would be a payback to the wastewater treatment plant. So basically,
You have to defer it.
yeah, we decided not to borrow from parks to pay back somebody else.
Okay. That's all.
Okay, Sarge, you have something?
No, I do not.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Well, I have to have the motion first.
Oh, I thought we had a motion. I thought we had a motion. Okay, Hewer.
I'm sorry?
So moved. Then I second her motion.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Hewer, second by Vice Mayor Payne. Call for the vote before we all pass out.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Hewer? Aye. Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Powers?
Aye.
Mayor Cruz?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Communications, City Clerk's report. You've already done that. Okay. Comments by staff? Don't you dare. Comments from city council members or future agenda items? Everybody looks just as tired.
No.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I would like a report brought back, telling me, I'd like a report telling me how many festivals and organizations that were providing that kind of support. Just for my own, I mean, whether the council wants it, I would like it. I'm good with I'd like to know, I'd like to look at if that's something we should be continuing on a year-to-year basis.
We'll do a memo to the council that outlines each of the festivals and the amount that we sponsor it by.
Okay.
And I forgot to, I want to bring back my discretionary fund money.
Okay.
Anybody got-
Set that up first, specific date.
When did you set that up for?
For the first meeting in June,
No, because that doesn't give them, that gives them, can they go over them? Because then that only gives them 30 days to spend their money.
Will you
You can encumber it.
You can encumber it.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
You're good.
Encumber.
You're good.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay.
And we have a special council meeting on May 26th, correct?
That is the
3:30?
budget, yes.
And as I already said to Donna, we should check with you first, if you can come earlier. We're all good with coming earlier.
3:30.
Well, because you said 3:30 and we could, you said 2 was fine and we already all, anyway.
3:30, thank you.
Vice Mayor
It's a
Payne.
long day.
I know it's long, and I hate to bring this up, but I want us to start thinking about it. We had some things happening this week at Valley Oaks Senior Apartments, whereby their requirement to continue to provide affordable housing has ended. And so it has been purchased, and the rent for the seniors living there has jumped from $200 a month to over $700 a month. And that's sad, but even worse, there's no place in Galt that they can go to.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to more than likely move out of the city, and I think our seniors are valuable. I hate to see them move. I'm hoping that sometime in the future, and I did discuss this with Tony Stewart, that we can start looking at this situation. I don't know if we have anything coming through the pipeline as far as development where maybe we can at least look at some answers, perhaps requiring some developers. I know we did this in Elk Grove when I worked there, provide a certain amount of affordable housing or whatever, but I just want to make you aware of the situation, and hopefully we can start thinking about ways to address that issue. So I just throw it out there. I don't know that we want to bring it back at the next meeting, but I do, before we go on too long, I want to start looking about it.
Do we know when the seniors have to be out? Because that upsets me as much as I'm sure all of us. Because we are going, there's a lot of apartments in there, and we're going to have a lot of seniors out on the streets.
So my understand, so if I understand you correctly, so they were on a fixed low income.
You know, it's like Section 8, I think it's called something else.
Yeah,
but like,
It's just for seniors.
We have some in a few different areas around town. But it expired, they sold the property, and so the new property owner just across the board increased
Yeah.
their.
Yeah, and
Yeah, something's wrong with that picture.
I don't know how many's involved, but I did get a couple of phone calls this week, and one of the phone calls I got said that people were moving out right now. They were moving out.
So on that income setting up a huge,
Yeah.
probably more than some of them making a month.
A lot of, you know, a lot of those, yeah.
The income is a month. That's really sad.
On a happier note, Friday, we will, Home Depot is going to be bringing out materials for our community garden. And so we will start working all day from 8 to 2 to build community gardens and put the soil in and put the plants in and make our late spring planting garden.
Awesome.
When is this? Friday.
Friday.
8 o'clock in the morning.
Bring your shovel.
I work, sorry.
Yeah. But finally, it's been a long time.
I've got a real job too.
Are we doing a drip irrigation?
Good.
Well, that's good.
Absolutely. All right. I was going to
Yeah.
do a short and brief presentation from cap to cap, but I'm going to save that for next time because it's time to go home.
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned.
That's the